item, and the next item is the mother and baby. So maybe I will invite Honorable Tololei to prosecute that issue.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I want to ask the CEC in charge of finance to tell us something on construction of mother and child hospital at County Referral Hospital. You tell us something about the contract sum, the status of implementation, and the payment status on that project. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Waziri.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the contract sum for MCH facility, the mother and child health facility that is in Kapsabet Referral Hospital, is 511,604,018 shillings point 78 cents. 511,604,018 shillings 0.78 cents. That is the contract sum. That is inclusive of variations of 101 million. The variation is at 24%. Chair, what has been paid to date for the facility is 438,454,964. What has been paid, Chair, is 438,454,964.56.55.
Paid to date.
Yeah, 138 million. So we still have outstanding figure of 13 unpaid, 13 million.
Can you come back, Waziri? Paid to date. What is the paid
438 million.
Against a contract sum of 511?
Yes, Chair. 511.
Do you have any pending certificate?
We have not received any certificate pending. Yeah.
Now, and what was the original engineer's estimate?
407 million. 409 million, sorry.
$49?
It was 409,813,441 shillings.
Now, can the head of the supply chain take us through the original contract of the mother and baby?
Chair, thank you. Maybe more specifically what area? Because the figures are exactly as read by...
The initial design.
Design.
And now, maybe who is the contractor?
The contractor one is Dido and Sons.
Chair, I think we could get the overview from the procurement. Was the contract, full contract, or give us some summary regarding that project. whether it was involving designs and drawing and implementation part of it. Just give us the overview for Mother and Baby Hospital, so as we pick from there.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, that tender, through the specifications forwarded by the department, was presented as design and build. So the tender that was floated for that particular contract was, so the contract sum of design and build, and the justification for the design was provided by the department.
That is inclusive approvals, if there was any, for design and all that other. Was it or a different for that?
If the contract is design and build, it means any design fees are included within that contract, through the chair.
Okay, honorable members, let me interject. Can you elaborate to this committee, what do we mean by design and build?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Design means that I'm sure we must be in one way or the other be conversant with architectural designs, like for houses and any other construction-related work. So in this case, the specified request by the department was particular to the fact that this contract was to first be designed. So there was the first stage of proposal for design, and at the same time build the approved design. So that is how simple it is, Chair, that the architectural designs relating to the project was to be developed by the contractor, and unlike other contracts like for ECDs where our own public works design. Thank you.
So maybe now you've given us Waziri gave us an original engineer's estimate of 409 million. Is it correct?
Yes, that was the contract amount awarded initially.
And what was the engineer's estimate?
I don't have the exact figures of the engineer's estimates, but it was around the figures of the awarded contract. So the 409,813, 411 was the awarded amount to the successful contractor.
Honorable Chairman, isn't this the same officer who was presenting in the Senate of the Republic of Kenya? Did you present something on this?
Chair.
Were you? I'm not. Please, and Chair, you need to protect us from this witness. He only needs to speak when he's asked. Procurement, head of procurement. Did you present something in the Senate on this? On this question, exactly this question.
I have appeared severally at the Senate, Honorable
On
Member.
this question of MCH.
I would have to be reminded of the exact presentation I made on this matter, because there have been several.
Okay, what did you give there as the engineer's estimate?
Honorable
Okay,
Chair,
what was the engineer's estimate? Give us, just give us.
the figure that I have.
Now that you have and you are here, give us the estimate.
I have provided the figure of 409 million.
Where did you provide that in? It's in which?
In this submission
document?
of the figure awarded contract sum.
This is the contract sum, not the engineer's estimate. You've mentioned that this is contract sum. What about the engineer's estimate?
Okay, Honorable Chair, I have mentioned here that the figure about the engineer's estimates is not a figure I have with me here. So it would be fair that you accept the figure of the awarded contract as a factual figure that I have to present in this committee.
Yes.
Actually, Honorable Chairman, I think this house is the engineer's estimate was way lower than that. But since the witness wants to tell us that he doesn't know, or he wants to tell, what did you say is the engineer's estimate now? Just tell us.
I cannot confirm now, and there are documents to that effect on the engineer's estimate. He can avail to this committee if you find it difficult to give those actual figures now.
Honorable Chair, the documents that relate to this domicile at the Department of Health, and that's why I have given what is within my records here as the awarded contract sum. Remember, the engineer's estimates is a technical document provided to the accounting officer of the department for their preparation of the requisition to the finance for advertisement of the tender.
Chair,
that is why I have given the figure.
Chair, is the witness aware that there is something called collective responsibility?
Yes, I am aware.
You have a collective responsibility.
I am aware.
Whether it is domiciled within the health department or within your department.
Not only that, Honorable Chair, sorry. Which the accounting officer you're referring to is who? Tell us the name.
Accounting Officer Health.
Who is that?
Fred Kiptum is the current accounting officer.
Okay, he's operating on a delegation. Delegated authority.
To what extent? Because
was he delegated the authority to incur expenditure?
I think that would be answered by CCM.
You mentioned it.
Chair,
Okay, you can tell us, CCM, is he operating on an authority you gave him?
And it is not delegation, it is designation. So it is a responsibility that is absolutely on those accounting officers by virtue of the operation of
I mean, to incur expenditure. Which one are you referring to?
It's exactly the same. It provides for all that, including incurrence of expenditure.
So does he have your letter?
Yes, he has.
Which is on the line of this?
It mentions up to and including procurement.
Yes.
Yes.
So ideally, you are the primary authority. Are you asking us to go back to somebody else when you are here? You are the authority. You just delegated.
And that is why I explained to the extent that it is within me.
Why don't you answer these questions, Chairman? Let these witnesses answer questions.
Put the question for
what was the engineer's estimate?
We can provide the figure later on.
And you know, it's unfortunate to have people who are in charge and they can't answer. This is a big project.
I think, Chair, the issue is, it is...
I think, you know, Waziri, let me be very clear on this. You know, when you give contradicting statements, that is when you see problems arising. Already it is on record that there is an engineer's estimate. What you are giving us here is the contracted sum, not the engineer's estimate.
And
so, I think the head of procurement, you need to be honest with us. Before you approved that project to be procured, there was an engineer's estimate that guided all the processes. For you to come and tell us now that you are not aware of the engineer's estimate, to me that is a lie.
Honorable Chair.
Chair, as he responds, Chair, Public Procurement and Disposal Act, Section 44. Section 44D. And you know, when the witness refers us to another accounting officer, whereas we are all informed on whose responsibility on matters procurement is within his docket as head of supply chain. Section 44, D says, ensure proper documentation of procurement proceedings and safe custody of all procurement records in accordance with this act.
Chair,
Head of procurement.
The member is not reading.
Waziri, if you continue
I'm
that
reading.
way, I will throw you out of this.
You
house.
either become a procurement.
Order, honorable members.
No, it's becoming very
Order.
nonsense.
Waziri, you are getting me to get annoyed.
My apologies, Chair.
When you have not been given an opportunity to speak, please.
My apologies, Chair. I'm most obliged.
And that is why I directed that when asking questions, let the honorable members direct their questions directly. So I want to clarify and insist that if you have not been given an opportunity, if the question has not been directed to you, please be patient. Your time will come. And if the person who has been asked the question is not in a capacity to answer, he can request through the chair for assistance. That one is allowed.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I think I can respond.
If I may ask you, head of supply chain, who
to,
handles procurement matters? Whose office?
I want to respond prior to
I'm
the
just
other
asking. You just
Because-
relax. You'll have time to respond on that particular matter. Who handles procurement matters in this government of Nandi?
the procurement function, which is,
Who's the back stops at who?
it is the head of the supply chain.
Are you the one?
Yes, I am.
Who is the custodian of all procurement documents?
Would you allow me to read the act for you? The one that you just
I'm
quoted?
saying, who is the custodian before you read
As
the act?
prescribed by the Act, Honorable Member. Let me read it for you for the record. Under Section 44, which you've just quoted, it titles the responsibility of the accounting officer, and it reads, allow me, Chair. An accounting officer of a public entity shall be primarily responsible for ensuring that the public entity complies with the Act. 2, in performance of that responsibility, the accounting officer shall, and then now it mentions several, and the particular one that you mentioned, Honorable Member, D, ensure proper documentation of procurement proceedings and safe custody of all procurement records in accordance with the Act. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is why you were asked it. Did you delegate the responsibility to accounting officer? And I'm asking squarely on procurement matters. You mean you have no documentation on any procurement matter?
I have not said we don't have. We have just said
Sasi,
where the responsibility is.
I'm
Honorable Member.
asking, Chair,
Yes.
could you, Chair, please guide this witness? I use the custodian of all procurement documents
But
and,
the
and
Act is
principal advisor on procurement matters to be
Okay,
precise.
okay, honorable members, let me interject. Head of supply chain, you are the head of procurement. Is that right or wrong?
That's correct, Chair.
Now, I think for us to move smoothly, you need to answer questions as it has been asked. But trying to take us back to the accounting officer, we all know that the accounting officer is the chief officer in each department. But now these are issues to do with procurement, on which you are the one who is heading that section. So I think it is prudent that you just answer the question. If you don't have the full information, you can request your colleagues through the chair. I will allow that.
Honorable Chair, please let me make it clear. I haven't said that I have no information about what relates to my section. I have only responded to the responsibility of a particular record, and it is purely as prescribed in the Act.
So-
I was just making it clear.
So,
And
as-
I have provided the earlier figures, which is what is within my purview. And any information that I may not be able to provide here, the law guides us who is responsible and who can provide.
yeah, now that you've said, when a head of supply chain, now that you've agreed that you are the custodian of all this, and government is collective, can the CEC now that you are in, you keep on even popping into questions that was not meant for you. Are you assuring this committee now?
Honorable member, I think you are out of order. Please let us mind on our language.
Thank you. I withdraw and apologize.
Yes.
CEC in charge of finance, this is your docket. Are you able now to provide engineer's estimate documentation to this committee? Because you said you cannot figure out now, and you have the documents to that effect. Could you then avail to this committee for purposes of scrutiny?
Yes, Chair. through the officer I've designated as an accounting officer for the department, I can provide that.
Okay, let
Honorable
us
Chairman,
proceed.
there is something that is not very clear. For the purposes of the county government, who is the accounting officer? Who is the accounting officer? Because I take it that this was a flagship project and it's a big one. I would really be surprised that the head of supply chain was not involved in any way with this project, and even the CC. Who is it that is being referred to?
Chair.
Does it mean whenever we read in this act where it says the accounting officer, it means the chief officer? Is that what you're telling us?
Exactly, Chair. That's what it means. All
And
how the government operates is that we have outlines per department. Those are the entities that spend.
And that's why I asked you.
Every one of those entities has an accounting officer. Unfortunately, these flagship projects, as big as may appear, they will still fall under a budget line, a vote line that has been approved, and there's a specific accounting officer for that vote line. And for this one, it falls in health.
So are you telling us also, for instance, that the chief officer for health is a procurement officer in some other instances?
No. But his roles include procuring for purposes of his department, and he has the leeway, and actually we have officers who facilitate that in his department, and who then have a functional dotted line to the head of
What was
supply
the role of this? What was your role in the MCH? Did you play any role during its procurement?
Yes, I did.
What was it?
As required by the law, upon completion of the procurement proceedings, that is the requisition, tendering, evaluation, it is a requirement then that before the award of contract.
Okay, just let's take us slowly. We are laymen. Are you saying that where did you come in? Where did you come in to the procurement of that project?
So once a requisition has been raised, it is forwarded to the finance department.
That is now requisition for procurement.
Yes.
At that instance, the document is prepared and finished, or
No.
it is starting.
It is that is the beginning of the process. After the approval of the budget, the beginning of the proceedings is the requisition approved by the accounting officer and forwarded now for purposes of tender documents, advertisement where necessary, and then processing of the evaluation and award. So that is the beginning, is the requisition through the chair.
So you actually have the tender document. You are the one who prepared it.
Yes, we have the tender document.
And even anything else concerning that project,
Yes,
you have it,
yes.
even including the engineer's estimate.
That is part of the documentation.
And you would like us to ask somebody else?
I think through the chair, we
Okay.
have already prosecuted that we shall provide.
Okay. Let us proceed. Honorable Trufosa.
Have we finished with the MCH?
Are we finished with the
Not yet.
mother and baby?
Not yet. Chair, our
You don't have anything to do with mother and baby?
The questions which have been answered or have been asked is the ones I wanted to ask. So
Okay,
there's
so
no need of me
let us
repeating the
still
same
give
questions.
time to honorable members that are still have issues with the mother and baby before we go to another item. Honorable Keter?
yes, I think, Chair, what we have been raising in mother and baby is maybe we could know whether there was a variation in that, and if there is variation, what was, how much, and what prompted that variation, the percentage, and then so that we read from the same page, Chair.
Maybe. So the chair, I did mention that there was a variation of 101 million, and that is 24%. What I didn't mention is the causes of the variations. Of course, it included design changes, excavation on that was done underneath. There was need to utilize that underground excavation to do more rooms for storage purposes and so forth. And then there is what we call the curtain walling, which was not foreseen earlier on, and you have seen that it has been done. There was also the use of the change of the roofing material. Initially, it was supposed to be wooden, but due to the weight of the structure, that had to change to metallic. Then we have the metal, what we call the steel rails within the facility. They needed to be stainless. Initially, that was not the case. So as a facility, as a health facility, that specification had to be changed. So those are the changes that came into place, and therefore it led to the variations that happened.
Maybe as I conclude, Chair, tell us who makes these changes, because you have said from the design it was wooden and then all of a sudden it changed. Who makes those changes?
The issues of variation for this particular one emanated from the user department. They would specify that this is not what we desire, the user department.
Now, Waziri, it is now very clear that you don't have the right information. You've said in your opening remarks, if I got it right, it was a design and build. Okay? Now Waziri is saying what necessitated the variation is the department said that what was being implemented by the contractor on the ground was not what the department designed. So which is which?
Chair, if you look at those issues, they are design issues. Design issues. For example, the roofing material. It is not about the design of the roof, but the material to use. So when the building eventually they saw that it is going to be heavy, there's need to change that part and to fill that area up to the level of the foundation slab. But they said, let's not fill this part. We can utilize them to make other storage facilities underneath here. That is why I'm saying the user, because the designer had the option of just filling all that part until the slab, until the foundation, the level of the ground. But the user said, no. What is the point of filling that part? Why don't we kindly look here? We can vary things and then let's have these compartments.
Chair, telling who now? Telling who, the contractor telling you, you are saying, the user was saying, look, we should do this and this. Telling who?
The user.
Who?
The user,
that question doesn't
from
seem
my
fair.
understanding, Honorable Member, the user is the department. Eh?
No, maybe the user is Frederick Kiptum. Is that what you are saying?
Sorry, Chair?
The user is Frederick Kiptum, CEO.
The user is the department, not the person.
But you have just been telling us, so who makes the decision in the department?
And this decision, Chair, I think even here in governance, it is not an individual. It's an office. And their committees said they sit down, they deliberate on matters. And these are matters that we all understand.
Chair, this is a mega project, as stipulated by the Procurement Act. This is not just a simple project like building a dip. And you are aware, CC Chair, who now, can you kindly tell us, on such kind of mega projects, as prescribed, I think section 136 of the Procurement Act, whose responsibility is to advise whether the contractor or the accounting authority or the government in such mega project, so that we can avoid this issue of saying the contractor told us this, the contractor said this.
First, Chairman, 136 is about refusal to sign contracts. It is not about what the chairman
I'll confirm. That is what I'm saying.
Secondly,
complex project. This is a complex project. I'll refer you to that shortly. This is a complex project. We agree, right?
I said earlier, Chair, and I'm struggling to explain it again, that any project of whatever magnitude, and the county assembly knows, in a budget falls within a vote line. And that vote line is within a department. And that department has an accounting officer. It is just like that. It doesn't really matter the level of estimates, the levels of money is concerned. Even that building of that cattle that the member is talking about needs the same due diligence, just like this other one.
Is that a complex? Is building a cattle dip a complex?
I said a project falls within a outline in a department.
I'm not
unless,
talking
unless
about,
I'm not answering the specific thing that
I'm
the
not,
member wants me to
I'm
answer.
not, you know they are categorized. I'm very specific on this mega project. You cannot equate this a project that is worth 500 million, which is categorized as complex project, with a cattle dip worth 1.3 million. And you would expect the same engineer doing a cattle dip to handle such a mega project. And that is why professionalism here applies. And you know, as the accounting officer in charge of economic planning and finance, that such mega project cannot be treated the same way a cattle dip is being treated. And we were saying here is to avoid this thing of saying, oh, we were told to do this, oh, this one is cost cutting. Who squarely advises you on such projects whenever there is variation or any adjustment?
Chair, you see, we are talking about a responsibility that is already within the functions of the county executive and within the function of a department. For this particular one, I want to say it again.
Okay, maybe Waziri, so that we proceed and we avoid going round cycles.
Chair, for purposes of record, the issue on the regulation 137 talks about complex contracts. 137, Regulation 137 of the complex projects, where KCHR falls under for that correction. But that one has been answered.
Maybe. Okay, maybe so that we don't waste time on this item of the mother and baby. Waziri,
Chair, but I have
if you don't have proper information, it is better we close that item.
Chair, it was about the client.
Because
yes, Chair.
You know, you are the CC Finance. And anything to do with finances, the buck stops at you. Am I right?
You are right, Chair.
So if you don't have the proper information in this case, it is better we close that chapter so that we move to another item. And
Chair,
before we close that chapter,
still have a question, Honorable Chair.
maybe let me give Waziri to respond.
I have mentioned earlier, Chair, where I need to consult the accounting officer I have mentioned. But on this specific one, it was about the client, and I have clarified. The client is the user department. So on that one, the information is there. Unless another one has been asked by a member which has passed my attention.
Honorable Chairman,
let me, before I give it to you, we have Honorable Tarbe and Bitok.
Let me start, Mr. Chair. After all this variation, how many certificates have been raised to that level? And then finally, what is the retention fee that the contractor today decide to forget the place? Yeah.
So that you answer both questions, Tarbe.
My question will be directed to the procurement, the head of procurement. Maybe it's my first time to hear about this thing about design and build. Maybe from your own point of view. Now you are saying it was the user department that requested that we shift away from the normal contracting. And from the records I saw that the contractor went with almost 45 million for the design alone. The county has engineers who are on payroll to design for these works. So after going with this money again, he draws a design which is defective, which will later come and consume quite a number of resources in terms of variation. Maybe my question is, was when the signing of contract, why was there no clause to cover the design? Because you know the design is with the contractor. I want to assume in a normal case, the variation will come because you know this is not my design. When I contracted, I made some inadequacies somewhere because it was not my design. Is it not possible for maybe during procurement to to introduce such clause for this case of design and build, so that now that you have taken money for the design, any variation in terms of design should be covered by the contractor? Maybe that's the question I need clarification on.
Maybe to make it the question very simpler, the head of supply chain, the design was done by the contractor. Why then allow another variation to a tune of over 100 million? And the same design was done by the contractor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So the tender document, while being published, of course, as I mentioned, was design and build. And there are mechanisms during the implementation of the contract that is provided in the law that will allow now the merits of changes within the contract. And that is why there is a law on variation, and there is under the regulation 136 on management of complex contracts, the law provides steps, including appointment of a technical committee that will advise the chief officer or the accounting officer on the same. So at the beginning of the procurement, the merits for design were provided by the user. Along the implementation of the contract, as explained by CCM Finance, the department now saw the design adjustments that were necessary to make the utility more functional to suit their needs. And there is nothing in law that prohibits that. So I think what would be of importance is, did they make a wrong decision if we go and visit the facility? The most important thing under complex projects from Section 151 of the Act is to make sure that we don't have a stalled project. In my own opinion, the accounting officer was making a decision to ensure that the project goes to full length and not to get it stalled so that it can be utilized. So those were the merits of the decisions made by the department, and they were provided during the entire proceedings, even including the committee that sat.
Now, maybe honorable members, let me agree with you on the structure to fit the user. Now, what about the variation that was done on the substructure, and yet the design was done by the contractor? On the substructure, why did you allow the variation? And I am very sure the substructure is what has been fixed under the ground. I can agree with you on these other variations to suit the user. What about the variations on the substructure? Can we say that there was some form of conspiracy? Because if the contractor came up with the design without visiting the site.
No, there was a site visit, Chair. So
there was the site visit.
Yes. So as explained by CCM Finance, it is the user department that forms a committee that looks at the merits of why they make such changes, the functionality. The functionality, Chair, is not only on, it's on all aspects that were, that the committee looked into. And that included the substructure, where now the section that was supposed to be backfilled was then made into more space to be utilized by, in terms of storage of drugs and other additional facilities. So it was value for money according to their report. And I'm sure the accounting officer of the department would shed more light on exactly the merits of that, but it was furnished.
Chair, so that before you come into conclusion, I wanted to, the same plan, was it approved before implementation by the same committee? Yes. Because I have a belief that after the plan has been drawn and complete to the standard, of course there is presentation to the committee or to the user for budgeting purposes. Is it the same committee who recommend for variation, or the same committee who actually approved that plan?
Thank you, through the chair. It may not be exactly the same, but it is a committee appointed by the Chief Officer, Accounting Officer Health, at the evaluation of the bid and at the variation of the bid in the process. So it may not necessarily be the same, but it comes from the user department.
On that question, are you a member of that committee?
No, I am not.
Who are the members?
It's an appointment by the accounting
Who are
officer.
the members?
I don't have it with me, honorable member. I don't have.
Maybe, Chair, I would also want to know which one came first between the budget and the plan and the design. Was it designed so that it was budgeted, or budgeted and then designed?
Maybe.
Chair, before also he answers, sometimes for a layman who listens from far, he cannot or she cannot understand what was advertised before this project was designed. Because when you hear of a contractor designing something and he was over the contract, it is something that for understanding for a layman, you cannot understand, because normally something is advertised and then people apply. When something has been designed with plan that is, you have to come and do this and this, and you identify the BQ. So I even don't understand what was advertised and it was not yet been designed.
Okay, maybe head of supply chain. Honorable Keter, I've put across a question. Which one came first? Which one came first? Was it the design and then the budgeting process? Or was it budgeted for and then the design process? So which one came first?
Of course, in this case, being a flagship project, in the design came first.
Where did the contractor arrive to design?
Anyway, maybe he has answered.
Chair,
Yes,
if that is the case, then we leave it for, we continue. We leave it for the
I have a question, Chairman. And my question is still on this complex project. What was the team? Contract implementation team. Are you telling us that this team was picked by the user department? Is that what you're saying? Okay, who are they? I want to imagine that you would be interested, considering that it is very expensive.
Yeah, Chair, and again, there's a question we're about to lose by Honorable Bitok, I think, John Bitok. We will respond.
About retention.
Sorry?
Yes.
Yeah, about the retention, yes, I remember.
Retention.
So, a project implementation committee is appointed by the accounting officer of the department.
Committee, I'm referring to what is given in the Act for complex projects. Contract implementation team. I'm sure there would be a difference.
Yes, it is again appointed by the accounting officer of the user department. And
so who are they?
If we need the specific persons in those appointed, we can supply thereafter.
Is it true that there was an architect whose term was renewed for him to continue doing this project?
We can confirm that. We can confirm.
Are you people in Nandi, or you are in another county? You know, I'm really getting disturbed. Because I would like to read, Honorable Chairman, because they seem to duck, particularly the CC Finance. Section 104.1, subject to the Constitution. And when we say subject to the Constitution here, we are referring including the values, national values, which dictate transparency and prudent use of resources. The country's accounting treasury shall monitor, evaluate, and oversee the management of public finances and economic affairs of the county government. So I think the case can be made, Waziri, because we are investigating, but we might make it later on, that you have been abdicating on your duty. Because look at it this way. We have talked about this project. A designer is allowed to do it. He's paid 45 million. And then he comes in to vary his own design. And then he says, suddenly he discovers it is heavy. It is heavy. And is that something logical for somebody to design their own project? They have been given the latitude to design. And they are paid for it.
Yes,
If we say that the 45 million was wasted, would we be right?
Chair.
Yes.
One, I'm not abdicating my responsibility. The law is clear. It provides that if the accounting officer is unable to handle the issues, there are mechanisms for escalating to their...
Look, Honorable Chairman, let this
allow me to
witness
finish,
not take us in this direction. The law here is saying clearly, you are supposed to monitor, you are supposed to evaluate, you are supposed to oversee.
Exactly, Chair, but then through the structures that...
And you are allowed to enter any place.
Exactly, but then if nothing has been brought to my attention that there's a problem or there's an anomaly, how then will you infringe?
Nothing should be brought to your attention. You should know.
Chair, let me proceed then.
Honorable members, I just want to put across one question and then we close that item.
Chair, allow me.
Do you still have any concern?
No,
Honorable Tolule?
yes, just before we go to maybe on about the process concerns, I only have one concern, and I will just request the ICT to project that the issue to do with the industrial park, just to
No, we have not gone to the industrial park. We are still deliberating.
Chair,
on the
so that you
KCRH.
raised it at
Chair, I have not responded.
KCRH. Maybe area of concern also. Do we have account for retention up to date for that?
Yes, that's
And
what was
there is
asked
another
by-
question so that he can answer all of them, Chairman. The question, was there an advance payment in respect to this project?
Waziri?
Chair, one, I will begin on the value for money for the 45 million. We want to make it clear, Chair. The designer designed the structure and would want to build it as per his design. One of those designs included ensuring that the substructure is firm. In so doing, excavates and find that it goes further deep. The option the contractor had is to fill hardcore to the level of the slab. But the department says, no, look, don't fill. Instead, let's have these parts to be utilized for purposes of additional rooms for storage and so like. So it is the department. Secondly, Chair, the designer would have an option.
So that you're clear on that, Waziri, are you trying to tell us that there were no prior investigation on this ground? There were no prior investigation to determine how the ground behaves until when now the contractor was carrying out the construction.
Chair,
are you confirming that there were no prior investigation on that?
It must have been there, Chair. And nothing, I don't think anything stops someone from saying, now that you have excavated, instead of filling, please make additional rooms here.
Okay, proceed with the other item.
So then that is the issue. There's no loss in our opinion, and I think unless somebody else finds a contrary opinion, there's no loss of the money because we now have additional rooms down. We have at least that curtain walling which protects from the rains, at least from this other side of the front part of it. The steels, the stainless steel, of course, which are now very suitable for the hospital. The roofing, which is now firm as opposed to the wooden one. Now, on the issue raised by Honorable John Bitok on the contract, on the retention monies, yes, there's retention money is 10% of what has been paid, and that is what has been paid is 438. That is then 43.8 million, and that's a question that he asked. I don't think there's any other outstanding issue.
There was an issue of advance payment.
Yes, Chair, and also duration. When is expected to complete and what was initial agreement on duration of the time?
Chair, allow that the head of supply chain can take those two, starting with the advance payment.
Maybe I can add one more, just a small one, so that he can answer all of them. When we talk about variation, head of supply chain, we've mentioned 100 million. That's the money part. What about when it comes to the time and the other overruns? How much? How much did the county lose in the overruns in other areas?
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, there was two types of adjustments in that contract. One is the one that we've discussed, which is the variation of the amount. And then the other element was amendment. And amendment now relates to the change of time scope, because the initial contract was 3 years, and then thereafter, the committee that sat upon appointment by the accounting officer reviewed that for the contract to be complete, then they required an amendment of time. So that is what the committee did, and there was no loss except for the time loss, and that can be explained because of resources. On the aspect of retention, I think that has been answered by Waziri. There was an issue of advance payment, which was also part of that contract, and I think the provisions of the law that allowed for that was...
Question only on whether it was there or not.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yes.
Justification.
Thank you. Maybe now...
The justification, Honorable Chairman.
The department did submit the justification, being a contract of that sum, and...
the department did not do what?
Did submit the justification for that. And that included the kind of machinery that needed to be mobilized and the kind of materials that needed to be moved to site. They did submit, and all the requirements of the law to protect the county with respect to the advance payment was
I think the law provides that it is only under exceptional circumstances.
Yes, that was the exception.
What were the exceptional? Were they bringing a different machine than the ones that are there? Maybe you can tell us one of the machines.
Honorable Chair, the merits of that justifications are things that we can provide for the appreciation of this committee.
A final question, Chairman. I wish to ask the CCM. Whenever such variations that entail huge amounts of money, does it ever come to the attention of the SEC?
Yes, it does.
Who takes it there? Like for the case of this MCH.
There are two sides to this. One, if it's an issue that has occasioned revision of the budget, that will be the county treasury through the CCM finance. And these proposals have emanated from the department, put them together, now make it a proposal during a cabinet sitting for reallocation or allocation or additional funds.
So it can be concluded that you concurred and the SEC also agreed.
Of course, and by extension, the county assembly, because finally that document finds itself here for approval.
I didn't mean that. I'm asking you, did you bring any resolutions of the county, of the SEC to this assembly to that effect? What were the resolutions?
Through the supplementaries, yes,
It is not a supplementary. I mean, when you are having your discussions at the SEC and you find something is being valued by 100 million, or a design where somebody has paid 45 million, has been paid 45 million, is now coming to say, let's vary it.
But Chair,
What was the reaction of the SEC?
You know, these are within the threshold that the law allows, and there was nothing contrary or warranting a deliberation outside.
Let us rest the issue of the mother and baby so that we can move to the next item. But maybe a quick one to Waziri. Waziri, a very quick one.
Yes, Chair.
All along, we've been talking of these variations coming from the various departments. And it has come to our attention that these variations are done and very much considerate on the threshold of the PFM Act on the limit. And most of these variations have occurred at the limit of 24.86, 24 point something, which has actually given us an indicator that there is something happening, something fishy on these variations. What is your take? Quickly.
Thank you, Chair. First, I'm reminded that a project that is a build and design doesn't have an engineer's estimate. We can revisit that later. But on the variations, Chair, the law envisaged that there's likely to be variations.
Now, talking about Waziri, get the question very clearly. Eh? We all know that the law allows for variations. But all along, going by the various departments, we've realized that most of these variations are done at around 24 point something %, so that it does not go over the threshold that is required by law. And that one I'm asking you, is there anything fishy going on? That is why contracts are awarded, and before even the lapse, there is a variation, or does it speak volumes on the competence of some staff in the county government?
I think, Chair, that's a point that we have now mentioned. It is not only a question that is bothering you alone. It also bothers us because we want a situation where we can work and do a project without undertaking any variations. At this point, we cannot confirm whether it's to do with the competency of the staff estimating the same, or whether there's anything fishy. Nothing has come to my attention or as to whether we have anything fishy. But we have emphasized to the staff the need to have these BQs done and done accurately.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Maybe now we shall move to the next item, and I will call upon Mheshimiwa Tolole and an issue to do with the industrial park.
Yes, Honorable Chair. Mine was for us maybe to save on time, Honorable Chair. I just wanted the ICT to project the industrial park, and just ask Waziri whether there was value for money on that project. I know you come from that place and you've been to that place for so many maybe instances. Is there value for money? And how much has been injected to this project to date?
Chair, this project, eventually when it is concluded, there will be, of course, there will be good use from this. It will benefit the people of the area and by extension the Nandi County. So I have all the reasons to believe that there will be value for money for this. What has been The budget for this was 520 million, being funded both by the county government and the national government. It is a joint project that is being implemented by both levels of government. What has been paid so far on this to do with the excavation, the demarcation of the area, the doing of the infrastructure. I mean, the road networks there you can see. And the wall, I think the last time you went, there was no wall. Now there's a wall that has been, the perimeter wall that is ongoing. It has been put up. You can see at that point they are just pillars, but now the wall is now there. So a total of 92 million has been paid. If you remove the retention, we are left with 83, which has actually gone to the contractor. This is a program that we hope it will soon be concluded, of course, with the two levels of government co-funding. If all goes well in terms of the flow of money, this should be able to help the people of Nandi. I don't know whether I've missed a question.
And, you know, like the 90-something million you are mentioning is the money that was used for groundwork, isn't it? Did you have time to advise the authorities? You know, 90-something million would have done a lot of work in maybe another area. What was your advice to the authorities?
Chair, this is a project that is being funded by the national and the county government. The amount you have injected into that is 30 million so far from the county funding, 60 is from the national. The design of these programs, up to and including the bill of quantities, emanated from the national, the Ministry of Trade, national government. The Ministry of Trade and Industry, on matters industrial parks. So for us to address the issue conclusively, perhaps then that intergovernmental relations and comparing of notes across the two levels of government. But for our tech, what has been paid is what has been captured and evaluated, and we have a certificate for it. So we can't pay anything more from what a certificate has been raised, and it specifies exactly the works that have been done in that certificate.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Keter.
On that note now, let me, what criteria did you use to take that project to near Kisumu? Because I understand from where it is located, maybe it's only 15 kilometers to Kisumu. Which criteria did you use?
Actually, I think, if I recall well, this was a discussion that was in the county assembly, and it was also outside there. The big thing, the big decision, what really informed was availability of land. That can be the only very critical item that could have taken that investment to where it is.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Bridget.
Thank you so much. I just want to ask you, Waziri, is telling us that County Assembly has injected 30 million. And I remember, listen, allow me to speak, Honorable. It's confusing me, I'm sorry. Waziri is telling us that County Assembly has injected 30 million and national is 60. And here we had a supplementary whereby County Assembly we really sacrificed and we gave out around 100 million. Where is the other 70 million? Because if you tell us that County Assembly and we have really sacrificed, we don't know where 70 million has gone. Kindly, Waziri, explain to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. What I meant is what has been paid. Out of the 92 million paid, 30 is from the county government, 60 is from the national government. But that money is available. It is still within the budget. That money is not yet spent. It is within the budget. Upon the completion of works and a certificate being raised, we will be settling more certificates in the future.
Okay, Waziri, sorry, Chair. Up to date, how much national government has given us? How much?
That is the 62.5 that we have mentioned. That is what has been released so far.
Honorable Chairman, on that question, the actual figure we appropriated is 250.
Yes, indeed.
And do you have a special purpose account for this?
Yes, we do.
Why have you not put the money there?
We have put.
How much
Through
has
the
the county put there?
It is the initial amount that we transferred, which was 30 million.
So this county assembly appropriated 250.
Yes.
We gave you 250. Where did you take 220 million?
We haven't taken it anywhere. I say it's within the budget.
Where within the budget? We appropriated money. Bwana CEC. Where is the money? It's either in the SPV or you have put it somewhere else.
Let me explain then, because I think, Chair, a member is passionate about this. This is what happens when you approve a budget.
There is no passion here. Chairman, I think you need to protect me about this question of passion. Let him withdraw.
Chair, okay, I withdraw. When we make a budget, Chair, it sits as a document. When money moves from the exchequer to our CRF account, we actually do a requisition. Requisitions could be to pay the contractors or to transfer to a special purpose like this one. So then, there is a time, Honorable Chair, that there was a drag in the implementation of all these conditional funded programs. And I think you remember we brought to this county assembly the conditional funding agreements that was supposed to be passed to facilitate further withdrawals from the control of budget, particularly on the conditional grants. The Public Finance Management Act, Section 191, had been amended to require that. So it became an impediment, and for about 9 months we were at standstill until the HIBEC intervened, the National Treasury intervened, and Parliament then had to do a suspension of that section to allow counties to access such monies. It is then that we were able to access the little that we have accessed and transfer to the special purpose account.
Honorable Chair, I think the witness could be misleading us, but because we are laymen, let him explain slowly. Are you saying that the money that we in this assembly collected from all other votes, we collapsed some other votes and did a supplementary, gave you 250 million, was conditional?
It wasn't conditional.
So why are you talking about conditional funds?
We couldn't even access our counterpart funding based on that section of 191.
Which counterpart?
I mean, when you have a program that is being funded by more than two parties, yours is a counterpart funding. The other one is another counterpart funding. So our counterpart was 250 million. What we couldn't access until we have such agreements.
So now you have the 220 in the CRF?
You know, money flows.
Or is it with the control of budget? Where is it?
You know, money flows, Chair. It's like a river. You cannot say the water
You
that
can
was
only,
here is now here.
Chairman, let him not talk to us about flowing like a river. You can only withdraw money from the CRF account based on an appropriation. And it is here.
That is true.
So how did you withdraw the 220?
We have not withdrawn.
Where is it? So is it there in the CRF?
No, but money cannot be sitting in the CRF always. It has to move from the exchequer to the CRF.
Is there money that you are still is being owed in the national to the national government yet to come in
now,
for the year 23-24?
Chair, when we budget, if you do a budget and you are unable to access that money, it is not held for you to come and access in the next financial year. You have to do another appropriation. Appropriation lapses. So we can't say then that this money is, it has to be appropriated fresh.
So when it lapses, the money remains. The money in the CRF does not lapse. Show us in the law where it says the money in the CRF lapses.
The money that goes to the CRF does not specify that this is for this project. It doesn't. It only happens when you have got...
Okay, honorable members, maybe for a better understanding.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Kogo.
Maybe allow me to ask you, Waziri. The amount said is in the budget line, and maybe there is account called special purpose account. So you could just tell us, is this money in the special purpose account? And as you answer that, my other question is, who was given the contract on that project? And maybe, what's the timelines, or when do we expect, or the residents of this county expect this project to be complete and operational? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chair, in conjunction with my colleague, I just want to ask you, Waziri, I'm a worried citizen because the moment we visited the industrial park, that is the time now the people started working and they started funding money. When we formed this ad-hoc committee, we went for the field. Now people started working. So I'm really worried. Maybe they didn't have a plan to start immediately, and yet we gave them money, 250.
Okay, Waziri, there is the issue that has been raised by the honorable members, and maybe before you respond, I'm seeing Honorable Bet also, so that you respond all of them.
You know, I just also wanted to ask you, Chair, like a layman. You know, we appropriate. There are budget lines unfolded of every item. We are all aware that disbursement of 23-24 by the Exchequer has been disposed of. Then the big question is, if every item has afforded, could it be that you've reallocated this money to other issues? Could you tell us more about this? Have you reallocated the 220? Now that all disbursement has been released, and that was a budget with afforded. Kindly tell us.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, what happened, and by the time we closed the year, we had not received the disbursement for June. It came in July. We have an advisory from the National Treasury regarding that through the Council of Governors, regarding the June disbursement, totaling that 1 billion for the entire counties. The advisory was the National Treasury, through Parliament, captured it in the current appropriation, which was forthwith changed in the supplementary budget. So we have an advisory to also include that June disbursement, the 584 million, in the supplementary for this year. So we are awaiting that, Honorable Chair, and as soon as Parliament and Senate concludes on the Kara and Dora, we will be submitting a supplementary which will capture the June disbursements in the budget. And that will include this item under KIPE and other items under pending bills, which we mentioned in the morning.
And so now the money is in the CRF. Is that what you are confirming? Can we, when we see the statements, we would find the money there?
No, you can't find the money there.
So where is the money?
It will require that we go through a session to understand the cash flow management and flow of both national and counties.
You will be telling us about that. We will ask you that question about cash flow management. But tell us, just briefly, you know, the way you would tell a lame person, where is the money?
Waziri, I think so that we also understand this thing better.
Yes.
You are on record, and you said in the morning, all the disbursement by the Exchequer have been done for the last financial year. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Chair.
Now, the amount that is being talked about here is the same amount that was in the last financial year's budget. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, where is the money?
Or maybe through the chair, maybe the chief of SAC can explain.
And that's the question why we said, Chair, when money is released from the Exchequer, it comes to the
Honorable Chair, you can put it in Kiswahili.
Why? Chair, you want me to do it in Kiswahili?
No. You proceed, Waziri. You know,
take it up.
You will be floating the standing orders of this honorable house.
Sure. This is what happens, Honorable Chair and members. The National Treasury releases money to counties' CRF accounts based on a disbursement schedule prepared by the National Treasury and approved by the Senate. That schedule is a breakdown of all the shareable revenues that will be coming to our county government in that financial year. And for us, it normally oscillates around 584 and 620 million per month. When we receive that money, it is then upon you as a county, both the county executive and the assembly, to expend by settling what then is outstanding and what then you consider is urgent to you. When that money comes, then the CAIP thing was not ready. We were unable to access it because of those technicalities in law which I've explained. And we had other programs that were running up to and until the end of June, when then the funds for the final part of it, which included the 220, came. Unfortunately, we cannot go to the control of budget to requisition that 220 until this county assembly appropriates. So when the money came, it was not marked as CAIP or programs for last year. It was marked as monies to the county government of Nandi, to the CRF. And when they arrived, we already have a budget that this county assembly has approved for 24-25 financial year, and we had items that were due for the month of July, for the month of August, for the month of September. And those are the items that were settled. In the next few weeks or months, we'll be bringing a supplementary to capture that. That is then when another tranche of money that comes, we can then transfer the 220 for the CAIP and any other item that remained unsettled for last year. Thank you,
Chairman.
Okay, honorable members, let us proceed to another item.
Chairman, it is
Maybe lastly, Chair.
Yes,
about that project of industrial park.
Yes.
Since it has started up to date, the duration of the project up to now. Let Wasiri answer that one.
Chair, again, Waziri hasn't given me the answer.
Let me also add this one so that we can answer all of them, Chair, and we move. I just wanted to ask Waziri, if you are listening, is it to make a withdrawal from the CRF account? Is it not based on an appropriation bill?
Chair, it is.
So when you say that you've received money you received the last batch for 23-24, and you spent it on issues of 24-25, is that what you said?
Yes, that's what I said.
So you're using money for the last financial year to finance activities for this financial year?
Yes, because the money entering into a CRF account does not specify which financial year it falls. And the only appropriation bill that was approved and is available now to access resources is the 24-25 appropriation bill, act rather.
Through the chair.
And the National Treasury issued a directive, I said earlier, that we were given advisory to execute the budget for this year using those funds and then prepare a supplementary budget to appropriate the June disbursement that came in July.
Okay, through the chair. So, Wasiri, I've heard you talk, you have mentioned something about emergency. That when the funds come, you spend according to what is emergency. So, yeah, what
I said
is
urgent.
Yeah, you have said what is urgent. So, can you expound on that? What projects are urgent and what is urgent now, urgent to you when it comes to payment now?
Chair, when we receive these funds, the first charge is personnel emoluments, and it is both for the county executive and the county assembly. The second charge will be the pending bills, and that's what we are settling now as per the schedule that we have forwarded to the control of budget. The third will be the day-to-day operations. Of course, we also have the issues of fuel, issues of power, water, the utilities. So that is it, Chair. Thank you.
Maybe through the chair, I think.
Honorable members,
my
please
question
let
has
us
not-
wind up on that item so that we proceed.
So can I rest because and yet my question has not been answered?
What was the question?
The contractor timelines, yeah, was one has been answered on the 220. So what's the timeline for these projects? And also, are we expecting any variations?
And maybe the question by Honorable Bridget. What was the question, Mheshimiwa, so that they can take all of them?
Okay, my question is, since we visited the area, when they heard that we were visiting, they started working, and yet they had money.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. On the period, the initial contract period was 3 years. It was awarded last year in August. It should have gone for the next 3 years. We cannot tell at this point whether that will be realized, given the drag that has happened before for the last, for the 9 months delay. Secondly, Chair, on site, when the members of the County Assembly visited the place, the contractor was out of place. The department, I'm aware the department was following up on the contractor, and they had actually issued a conditional letter to the contractor to report to site or to terminate the contract. So when the assembly visited, those engagements were ongoing between the department and the contractor. Subsequently, the contractor honored and turned up, and that is why he has resumed on site. Initially, he was away because of non-payment, and the non-payment was occasioned because we didn't have those funds in the special purpose account. And the reasoning being, we were unable to transfer it from CRF, the special purpose account, because of the operation of the law, the PFM Act 191 that I explained. Thank you, Chair.
On the same issue, Mheshimiwa?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Now, Chair, Waziri has explained that that project could not start off because of a complication with the law, which he has tried to explain. Now, in the process, you realize that we gave you 250 million, right? We appropriated 250 million. And aware that there was that problem, and you know we sacrificed, we could use that money for other purposes. We had quite a number of supplementary budgets. And Waziri being in charge of the department, you couldn't come back to us to tell us that because of a complication of the law, perhaps we could assist you use that money elsewhere so that the financial year has ended, we've not utilized the money, and that money had been tied in that project. And then again, if it is true indeed that we had a problem with the law, how is it then that other counties proceeded with the projects? A county like, I think Homa Bay and others, I think even Kisumu itself, proceeded with that project. Yet Nandi, we were just there because of a law. And then still tell us about variations, because we found out something while we were on the ground. And it seems I don't know whether you are not aware or something, but the variation that has been recurring in other departments is also present there.
Maybe, Chair, on that note, through Chair, the national government, these are counterpart fund, of which national government was to give us 250 million, and then we contribute 250. But we found that now, as we talk, it is 520 million. This extra 20 million, is it a variation or what? Or maybe you can shed the light, Chief.
So thank you, Chair. One, as to why we were unable to report or to reappropriate the 220 so that it doesn't lapse with the last year's appropriation bill, The reason is this was a conditional funding. We needed our counterpart fund for us to qualify to be in the first batch of 13 counties which were captured. So we couldn't withdraw our share and expect the national government to still give us their share. There was no indication as to when that stalemate in law was going to be settled. So even as we were in a sort of dilemma, we couldn't present to the county assembly yet to reallocate that. If it was just a project that was being funded within us as a county, perhaps we would have done that. But it was a requirement that we maintain that in the budget for us to sustain our space among the 13 first counties in that program. Secondly, as to there's an aspect on, is it variation and another?
Did it go on in other counties?
Oh yeah, in other counties, yes. This is what happened, Chair. The control of budget, in the course of implementing the budget in that year, stopped requisitions for all counties on account of those conditional agreements stated in section 191. And it was an abrupt stop. So a county that was lucky to have transferred money into the special purpose account will then continue implementing their program because money was already in the special purpose account. And that is how we found the 30 million, the initial money, into our special purpose account. Any other that they had not made a move to transfer any money, and then it then means that you are to stop, you are to wait until that happens. So it could be if they implemented, perhaps they found themselves in a better situation that they had transferred before the control of budget stopped that part.
Okay, thank you, Waziri. Maybe now let us move to the next item.
Yeah, Chair, before you raise it, do we have a pending certificate for that contractor as at now?
We are not aware. It has not been brought to our attention currently. If there is, it will finally come to us. We will advise. But there's an item I've missed on the variation.
Yes.
I'm reminded that members, when they went there, they found something. So I've asked my colleagues here, what could that be? I've been informed that the ground seemed to be loose. The ground is loose. Let me not use seam. And there's a proposed variation, but it has not been approved.
Okay.
So he was saying the contract sum is 520. Then where was 20 million from?
Yes, it was 500. Thank you, Chair.
520.
It is 250 from the county government, 250 from the national government.
What about extra 20
and
million?
You said contract sum is 520.
It's 520. The award was awarded at 520, and that was done at the Ministry of Trade and Industrial, and they can clarify. For us, our funding is up to 250, sorry.
Trade and investment within this county or national government?
National government.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, honorable members. Maybe now we shall move to the next item. And maybe I will direct that we begin with the Department of Roads so that we move.
Can I go first? So, Waziri, Chief, how much was spent? How much, could you just tell this committee the amount that was budgeted for this department, how much was actually absorbed, and how much was actually absorbed in the financial year 22-23?
Thank you, Honorable Member, through the chair. Maybe we'll need to refer to the financial statements that we've submitted, referring to the expenditures and absorptions.
I was hoping you would give me.
22-23?
Yes.
I wouldn't wish to give a figure that I'm not so sure.
Waziri, you seem to be quite knowledgeable for these matters.
Okay, can we have the budget, please? What was the budget?
Chairman, you can help us so that we know we are having an issue with time.
Chair, which financial year was that?
22-23.
We had supplied the budget. I don't know whether a copy is here because we don't have ours here. We can refer. Do we have a copy that we can be supplied with? Or even it can be confirmed for us there.
The budget for the Department of Roads and Infrastructure for the year 22-23 was 347,509,059 shilling.
So it looks as if we have to give them all the figures. Do we also give you what was absorbed? You know, this is your day-to-day work, Waziri. That's what you are paid for.
Yes, Chair, but you see, I needed that document for me to confirm that. I don't have it yet.
Anyway, so we have another figure of the actual absorption of 264. That's what you have given us. You have given us. What you gave to the controller of budget the same year was 391. So now that you are not aware, I don't know whether you would be able to answer, but let me just ask anyway, for you to explain the variation. Which figure is the true position? 264 or 391? During that year, I would like to tell you that roads was adjudged to be one of the most efficient in terms of the absorption, and it is you who made the report, and you indicated that it was 112%, which comes to 391. So which figure do we go by?
I think, Chair, it's the figures that the control of budget issues. We do not, this is an item that is not self-reporting. They will pull it from their end because they have the voters, they see how the exchequer releases are done, and they will do a report. So it is not us.
Are you confirming that the report from the control of budget actually indicates the true position of things?
But the question, Chair, that comes up is an absorption rate is a rate against a figure, a budgeted figure, and it can only be at 100%. I don't know how it gets then to even above 100. Less.
Waziri, do you agree with me that before you access money in the CRF, you go through the Office of the Control of Budget?
Yes, we do.
Is that the true position?
That is it, yeah.
So do you agree that any report from that office is also reflects the true position of things?
But there are occasions where we have even written to them to make certain adjustment based on what we actually know and what they have offered.
So even if it is, let us avoid the issue of 112. Let us come back to the 100 mark.
Yes, Chair.
I think let Honorable Maina proceed.
You came to 100 mark, but I wanted him to explain the 112. And to the best of my knowledge, you did not contradict. In any case, it says that the source is County Treasury of Nandi. That's what the report says. 112.
So, Chair,
and don't be worried about how the money can be. You have just told us right now that money, when it comes to CRF, is not marked roads or health. So why are you surprised?
No, I'm not surprised.
Or it is not marked ghost worker. It is not marked like that, is it?
I haven't gotten the question. Sorry.
So I wanted you just to explain the differential. Which one do we go by as a committee?
Allow me to consult my team here.
Maybe the ICT can project that page for you. The page covering the report, so you can see.
You already gotten the point, Chair. Maybe we got the figures. We've gotten the figures.
Yeah, through the chair, just explain.
So the ICT team, you can also project.
Maybe we could be referred to the page rather than that, if you have it. Chair.
Okay, let the ICT project so that we read from the same article, all of us.
But if you have an explanation, you can be explaining in the meantime.
Continue.
I'm consulting the team here. Just 1 minute. Chair, we will need to check what then was reported by COV vis-a-vis what we reported, and then we will be able to advise.
What was reported by COB should be somewhere not too long, and maybe you can also guide us. When COB reports there, does it use the figures you supply, or they get from the requisitions?
So Wasiri, you can answer that.
They get from the requisition figures, and they also corroborate with the quarterly reports that we submit.
So it means, Waziri, that the COP are just working on the reports from you. The requisition and the reports is what they come up with, the 391 million.
Yes, Chair, and that's why we said we will have to look at the items inside there so that we are sure that we just get to be sure of the position, whether the 391 that was reported and the ones that we have captured.
Okay, Waziri, when did you get this report?
Which one, Chair?
This one from the COB. This one of 391 million. Or you are not aware?
The figure, the financial year is 20, is it 22, 23?
Yes.
The control of budget report comes out in quarterly basis and at the close of the financial year.
This was at the
By
close.
the way, do you normally go through the reports that come to your office?
Yes, we do. We do, Chair.
Then why? Because this one is 22, 23. Up to then, 23, 24 is over. We are in 24, 25.
Vice Chair, kindly use the mic.
So, it is on. Maybe you can bring it closer. So my question was that I was asking Waziri, when the report came to your office, this one is for 22, 23. When the report reached your office, it means that you never went through the report. And the 23, 24 is over. We are now in 24, 25. So almost 2 years down the line, and you never mind at looking at the report to see whether what comes from above is tallying with what you have in your office.
Chair, we go through the reports and we engage with the team from COB. Actually, they were here for monitoring and evaluation, which is their routine job. And we discussed a number of items, including their reports and including project implementation. So we go through the reports.
Because it is not only in this, the Department of Transport, in all departments, we have different figures.
So through the chair, maybe there's one other thing, Waziri, that I would be surprised. If I was to accept your figure of 264, there would be a residual amount of 92 million, which was not absorbed out of the budgeted amount. And considering that Wananchi really suffer very much, and considering also that you are in charge of planning, I would really feel that I am at a loss. Why would the county not use the money for roads? And when Waziri comes here or anybody else you hear, that they are saying we really do not have money. Yet there's this amount that has been budgeted, and you are talking of, if your figure, the one you have given, is correct, then we would be having a balance of 92 million unabsorbed. If the other figure is correct, it means you consumed more than 100%, but there's nothing on the roads. There's nothing in the ground. So something...
Chairs, because that one has been very difficult to be answered, I think we can progress.
No, if it needs clarification, it was not
no,
a question.
I'm happy. Let's go on, Chair.
It is.
Chairs, another question that I want to...
I think that is the...
Yes.
That is the budget that has been projected.
Report from COB, and I think the highlighted area is the one that discusses that. Just a section of it. Maybe if they can zoom a little bit.
And you don't have to turn back, Waziri. We have another screen on these others.
They had not been zoomed, Chair. Now that it has been zoomed. This one was nearer to me. I think I explained earlier on, and that's a point that I really, with all honesty, I think any other expert will think you cannot spend more than what you have. What you have is always 100%. So we will want to revisit that issue of 112% as to how it was arrived at. But as to the absorption of our under absorption of the roads, the 92 million, it's explained by a number of factors, Honorable Chair. One of which I said earlier, whenever you receive money.
That can only be true if it was proved that the lower figure is correct. So for now, that will just be a story. We can leave it there because nobody knows the figure. You don't know it.
Chair, either way it can be proved, but only on the other scenario, the gap will now increase from 92 to a further figure, courtesy of the 112.
Okay, for clarity, which figure is not known?
No, Waziri does not know whether we consumed 264 or 391. He does not know that. He cannot confirm right now.
But the explanation for either way, Chair, merits. Because either way,
because you don't
let us, I directed that we use the 100% mark. Let Waziri explain on the basis of 100%.
Yes, Chair. So
yes.
The reason for under absorption, and it can be across all the departments, is occasioned by a number of factors. One, the failure to align the disbursements against the needs of those departments. The exchequer disbursements come. For example, last year it was very erratic. We could receive after 3 months and so forth. And so, by the end of the year, you still have figures which have been closed, which have crossed over into the next financial year. But the system captures up to 30th of June. And therefore, you will not be able to report the other figures that would have skipped to the next financial year. Secondly, even if those money come, when the money comes, you will find competing priorities, particularly on personnel emolument. By the time you are even left with the resources to pay for the development, because that is where you will be able to measure the absorption for the roads and so forth, you already have very little amount left. So you have a budget, but in that month, you're already running short of the finances, resources to pay for those items. And so you will under absorb, notwithstanding the fact that you budgeted for that.
Okay.
I rejoin the question.
Yes, so much more.
I rejoin the question, Chair, to what Waziri has said. Does it then mean the section of personal emoluments has no budget? It relies on any money that comes from the National Treasury.
Chair, I think the last 2 years has been not so good year for Nandi County, and you have seen what has culminated into the exercise that is now ongoing on HR. I think, and it's a talk that we all have to speak honestly about it. It has a budget, but that figure kept on escalating month by month to a level where us in finance, we felt it was becoming very heavy, and we had to advise for the relook or the checking of that wage bill.
What did you mean? What was escalating?
Of course, the personnel emoluments.
Maybe you can explain to us, does personnel emolument escalate or the people who they want the money?
Both, Chair. Because you can't have a figure without people.
So when people come in, they can get, in Nandi at least.
And I have said that is a problem that has led us to where
I'm asking you as in charge of being in charge of payments, so much as we are coming to that, really, are you saying that if anybody came to Nandi, they would be paid? So long as they are somewhere, they can pay, they can be paid. And it doesn't matter. The person who requisitions will just requisition for the extra person, and if another one comes, they...
Okay. Let us interrogate the issues on the roads, please. Honorable Trufosa.
I still have a question on roads. In page 477, in the blue file, we have issues about Imprest. We have Nandi County Imprest account. It is page 477, 61 and 62.
Honorable Trufosa,
yes,
indulge me to give some directions. When you go to that page,
yes,
you also give us the number.
It is in page 16.
Page 67 number?
Page, if one in the other one, it is in page 15.
It is in page 77 on this one?
477.
477?
Yes.
And page?
And page 15 in the other one. The one
And then now you give us the number of the item that you want us to look.
It is item 61 and 62.
Okay.
And we have some in the same page. My question is, we have this issue of Nandi County Imprest account. And it was for supply of Maram Roadworks. Now, I want to ask this question to CEO, because you are the accounting officer. Can you clarify for us about the Imprest? Because what I know, the Imprest is what you request something through somebody's name. But now here, it is under county Imprest, and it is for supply of Maram, which means you requested the Imprest to buy the Maram direct. And in some other words, we have some companies here which supplied Maram. So why this Imprest appeared, and yet you could direct to company or tender? So we have tender severally, which were tendered for Maram. So CEO, can you clarify for us?
Thank you, Honorable Member, through the Chair. The concern raised, as I think I also explained last time, was referring to pending payments to the various suppliers of Maram across the county. And these are individual suppliers who were not able to be paid directly through IFMIS because they don't have the IFMIS numbers. They don't have companies. That is the old model that we used to acquire Maram. A supplier or a firm is identified at the ward or sub-county level. An arrangement is entered into. The department, the user department, draws Maram from that firm, and the only way we could pay was through Imprest. So it's not that we used Imprest to pay directly, but we used the Imprest account to pay the suppliers after supplying Maram. It was the only way we could pay them through, and we sought this, we sought the authority of the controller of budget, because we had to forward through requisitions and come and wire to the various individual suppliers. In the subsequent year, this is 2022, 2023, and part of it was some arrears of the previous financial years. In 2023 is when we transitioned into using tendering through framework agreements to the various suppliers who are able to have companies. So this was majorly referring to previous pending bills to the various suppliers. Thank you.
CEO, it happened in the same year, the same financial year. Does it mean that you were arrears in the same financial year after requesting an Imprest as well as giving tender?
As I've said, this mostly refers to the pending bills that were there for the various suppliers across the county. The companies will now mean for that financial year.
Maybe, Chair, who are the Imprest holders for this purpose so that it cannot be Nandi County Imprest account. There must be Imprest holders.
And
for purposes of this, for our consumption, are you able to tell us who are the Imprest holders?
Thank you,
Because
Honorable Member.
Nandi County cannot be an Imprest holder.
Thank you, Honorable Member. This is a county imprest account, not imprest held by individuals. This is a county account that is used to pay imprests. And it is allowed by law to have at most one or two imprest accounts. Thank you.
I have the last question. There is a construction of Jemobo stock and gay in page 16. And it was paid 857,300 and something.
Page 16, what about the other document, Moshimo?
Maybe it is in the same page 477. Maybe I can check. Let me still ask while I'm looking at the other one. That project was paid. We don't know what type of work was done, the scope of work. Is it construction of a road? Is it construction of a culvert? It is just Jemobo Kesenge construction. What type of construction? So I only wanted to know. Because you cannot pay something without knowing what scope of work was done.
Thank you, Honorable Member, through the chair. Of course, for any payment to be made, there has to be a description and a whole process to it. For this case, it has not been made it clear on the type of work that was done. I would maybe suspect that is a culvert, but allow us, we can submit additional information on the same. Thank you.
Honorable Chairman, on the question of the Imprest, maybe the chief needs to explain to us a little bit. What did you describe this account? How do you withdraw money from this account? What type of account is that?
Thank you, Honorable Member. It's a commercial account that we are used to make payments which we may not have IFMIS details to pay them directly through IFMIS system. But you can wire funds to this account through controller of budget and forward a schedule to the commercial bank to be cleared to the various individual.
So like in these cases, what did you do?
We received a schedule of suppliers with pending payments, supported by their invoices from the Department of Transport. We requisitioned for the funds and forwarded the details of these suppliers to the commercial account once the funds were wired. And we wired the same funds through IFMIS to the commercial account.
Okay, so this is one of the accounts you are providing us statements on.
I'll refer that to CC.
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
So that I can get it clearly, we have the statement with us, or it's among the ones that you said you
We only submitted three accounts this morning, and I indicated that we'll be submitting the others.
Okay.
Next question, Chair, on roads. On the initial document, it's on page 16. Chair, page 16 on the first document, item 90. Whereas on the blue file is page 77, also item 90. On the new file, 477, item 90, whereas on the old document, it is page 16, item 90. The company is Ushindi Enterprise Limited. Hire of tippers for roadworks at Chemelil Chemase. Same thing in page 77. I just wanted to ask the CEC. We are all aware of the programs of our roads. And I also serve in Committee of Transport and Infrastructure. There is no single day that we've hired tippers for purposes of roadworks. I don't know how this hire of tippers came into this document, and it was paid 1.1. 1,179,310. I think the same figure, I don't know whether the figure is the same, and yeah, the figure is the same. Have we ever hired a tipper in Chemelil, Chemas, or any part of this county?
Yes, Chair, this was hired in Chemelil, Chemase. It was a pending bill for the previous financial year. That time I was the sitting member of County Assembly.
Bill? It was a pending bill.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
Maybe before we move from the Maram, unless we will be coming back to it, to your knowledge, Chief Waziri, how much was budgeted for Maram during that financial year? The one in which we had the 22-23.
Okay, can the ICT please, can you project to us the budget of that financial year on the template of roads?
Chair, allow me as ICT projects. I wanted to understand also these suppliers for Maram whom we entered into contract with, without them having the relevant IFMIS number. Why was it so, or wasn't it one of the requirements in order to avoid the idea of paying through Imprest? Or maybe that was a requirement while sourcing for these suppliers, but perhaps the affected suppliers had something special so that they had to be considered anyway.
Chair, through Chair, my question to the CC and Chief. You find that some other words we didn't for a case study. My word, I didn't receive any Maram, even a small spoon of Maram. Chair, whom are we going to blame now? Is it the accounting officer for roads, or the one who paid? Whom are we going are we going to blame? Because already the Maram has been paid. At the same time, some of us and many other wards, we didn't receive Maram. Is it the Department of Finance or the Department of Roads?
Okay, can we have the projection of that budget? Can you zoom it, please? The item on Maram, please. So it was 8 million. So, Waziri, the budget was 8 million, and now you have had the concerns from the honorable members that now we had the budget, and going by the tabulations here, it seems that figure was exceeded.
Chair, one, as to the identification of works to be done, which is done through the work plans, that is done by the department. So we can't say then it is upon the finance. I think I will say without fear of contradiction that every department plans their works. And they then forward to us for clearance once they are certain that they have been planned, procured, and completed, certified. As to that amount, I'm certain there is a works budgeted under pending bills as well. That is appearing under the main budget. We can refer for that year, but there is a figure for the pending bills. It must have been there. Because otherwise, there's no way you can source where there's no budget.
So how much was it? Maybe you can take us through it quickly.
You know, I don't have the privilege of having that budget. That's why I even asked to be assisted. If I had a copy with myself here, I could be referring from time to time.
And maybe, Honorable Chairman, I know there are other questions that have been asked also. I wish only to remind the Honorable CC that apart from anything else, you might be a head of department, but you are also a member of SEC. And I wish to remind you that SEC is the body that is charged with the delivery of services. And one of the principles is fairness and equity, including transparency. So that, and now you are a planner, economic planning. One of the things that should happen with the county government is socio-economic development for all areas. So if you hear an honorable member saying they never saw something that was planned in the budget, and you are a planner, what comes to your mind? How do you feel about it? Do you even plan for us? All the 30 words, you as a planner. And when you are paying, do you ensure that everybody all over, when you are paying projects, do you ensure that there is equity?
Okay, through the chair. Chair, the budget would be done by way of public participation. Members will give, when we have estimates for the budgets, we will go to the field and meet the people per ward. And they will mention what exactly they wanted. The same will come and arrive at this county assembly, having been approved by the county executive committee. The skewness of it, the skewness in terms of allocation of projects across the departments was noted by the government, in the sense that you could even have a ward that has done more roads and another one has not done, has just done a few roads. Because of those inadequacies, His Excellency the Governor spearheaded another model altogether, and the model that you approved in 2023, which is the Equitable Development Act, which now is resource-based. So we allocate resources per ward, and the wards then identify what they want. But the model that was there, that is available in the planning models of reaching out to the people and asking and inquiring, seem to have brought a lot of skewness. I know members are aware that they approved those budgets. They were captured as so. They were executed, but then you will still find where another ward has more projects than another one. If you take stock, you realize there's a problem. So that's a model that did not work for us in Nandi, and we now have a new model courtesy of His Excellency the Governor and this County Assembly for approving that. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sum.
There were questions.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is not a question, but a point of information. There's a project that I had asked earlier in the morning, the Murutoke Tam culverts, under a company called Seedling Investments Limited. I want to inform Waziri that that project was not implemented by that company, though the CEO admitted that that is the company that was paid. The project was implemented by Nikefield Agencies Limited in April 2024, and the contractor has not yet been paid. I also want to request Mr. Tirop, in charge of procurement. Have you ever blacklisted the contractors who rush to the projects to win the tender for the projects and never implement anything? And because of their connections, they make their way into payment without implementing anything on the ground.
Thank you. Through the chair, we would want to look further into the first one because it concerns us. I think it was a culvert, and because this is a statement of what was paid on that initial company, you will allow us to check into that, because there is a possibility that another contractor did a culvert on one section of the road and another one did, because that one was a payment for 22, 23, if I'm not wrong. So if there is 24, that means then that contractor has not been paid. But I will confirm that as I have taken note. On the issue about blacklisting, we have had a couple of challenges, Chair, of contractors not taking up sites. And I think you must have experienced that through the departmental projects when you went through with the departments. In the bid to take care of that, we are not allowed in law as a procuring entity to blacklist. That is the function of the authority. It's called debarment. You are debarred by the authority. So what happens is we set out a qualification criteria in documents that eliminates people who have running contracts that have not been completed. And we make it as a preliminary requirement. And this is spearheaded at the departmental level. So for instance, in roads, if we have a contractor who has won a contract in a previous financial year and has not done, we put as a requirement in the preliminary evaluation of the tender documents that should you be having any previous incomplete work, you shall not proceed to the technical evaluation. So that is one of the administrative ways we can do as a county to protect us from rogue contractors who don't take up sites once they get their award letter.
Chair. Okay, maybe before I give you Mosbey, Tirop, can you explain to this honorable committee when the contractor signed an agreement to take up site, and you have offered, the department has offered a commencement letter to that effect. For how long is that agreement valid? For how long? For instance, now, somebody has signed an agreement, and in that agreement, it is always, the validity period is always indicated. So for how long? Do we go by the validity period in that agreement, or when? So that if somebody has not taken up site, it is actually proper to terminate.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So the process of arriving at contracts, especially for works, is the resultant document is a contract document. For most, these are documents that are generated at the legal department with the guidance of the user department. If, for instance, it's a spot improvement of roads, you may find that the contract period is specified as 180 days or so. So it depends. Of course, those ones that are for short contracts, those can be 30 days, like a single 2-3 line culverts and so forth. But all contracts, the accounting officers forward all awards to the legal department to draft contracts that specify the period. So, and there are mechanisms, again, at the departmental level. Should there be a contractor not taking site, there is a procedure to terminate, which again is initiated at the departmental level. Because, for instance, if a contract was 3 months and within that period the contractor has not come to site, it is a responsibility at the departmental level for them to initiate a request for termination or cancellation of that contract. So that is the procedure to get a contractor take up site or be terminated from site. Thank you.
And from where you sit as the head of supply chain, have you been implementing that?
Yes, where we've been
because
asked.
we have instances whereby somebody has been holding a contract for 2 years and has not executed the works.
Yes, that's why I say for anyone that has been brought to my attention to advise on the process of termination, I have, and there are a couple of them that I have prosecuted. The challenge is where there is still conversation casually at the department that that contractor might still take up site or not. You know, we may not be able to know because contract management is supposed to be administered at the departmental level. But for those that have come, have advisories or requests for advice on a contractor was not taken up site, we have prosecuted a good number of them.
Yeah. Okay, Honorable Mosbe had requested, and then I'll give it to you, Mheshimiwa Su.
Mine is about what Honorable Sum implied. There is a company like Tandem, so I think a company by the name Tandem. In one financial year, it has been paid up to 14 times to a tune of 42 million. And then there is another poor man's company, for lack of a better term, who struggles throughout the year to get a small payment. I would like to know from the CEO, what is it really that, what do you use in prioritizing payment? Is it the type of contract, or rather the type of goods supplied, the type of works done, or it is the ownership of a given company? I would like to understand so that the many contractors out there languishing in loans and all manner of things can understand. Because if it is a question of limited resources, isn't it then possible maybe to consider a couple of companies at some point in time, you consider one company, as opposed to paying one company up to 14 times? Let me understand. And I've used that example of Tandem because in your own documents, they've been paid, I counted 14 times. So it can be more.
Thank you, Honorable Member, through the chair. If I can check with the company, I think I had also your concern last time. This is one of the companies that was engaged through framework agreements to supply fuel for roadworks construction. This being among the essential utilities that often at times you have to pay for continuous supply. It doesn't mean that the same supplier was paid because of any other reasons. It's because of the service and the capacity for him to supply fuel for our tank at the Department of Roads. We try as much as possible to prioritize and actually to balance payments across all departments. And at any given time, every other month whenever we get disbursements, we try as much as possible to ensure every department has a number of items to be settled. And if possible, and in an ideal manner, to try and sort in a first in, first out manner. As Waziri said, there are those elements that take first charge. We look at salaries, we look at utilities, we look at such other issues. At this financial year, the company was engaged in supplying fuel for roadworks, which was a major element to support the department. Thank you.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable. I think Sum should come first and then you.
Yeah, I should come first because mine is a rejoinder question on the issue about a contractor taking up site. Like in my case, the contractor took up site and he was able to deliver 2 tippers of ballast. And thereafter, he never appeared again. Only for us later to hear that he was paid. And that's why it forced us to engage the department to give us another contractor in April who completed the project. So how do you explain that? The procurement and the CEO. A contractor has not completed the project on site, but he has been paid 857,000 only for delivering 2 tippers of ballast to that site. Seedling Investments Limited.
Thank you, Honorable Member, through the chair. Maybe for that particular specific project, I wish we'll get the more details about it so that we can be able to get into it. But for some contracts, we could, based on the documents supplied by the department, with the inspection committees having approved, and for some cases, for us to maybe make a partial payment, it could be some partial certified works. That could apply for some cases. But I will not say for that case, maybe you give us the details, we can be able to get back on that. Thank you.
Honorable Kogo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My question goes to Procurement Officer, Bonatirop. And there's an outcry concerning maram suppliers. And also, may I use the example of Kwara in Kabiet? The owner up to this time has not been paid over 700,000. And on your side, you've cleared on payment. So what is the reason as to why the owners are crying on the same? And I know there are many. In fact, there is one who passed away in Dalat. Up to this point, the family are still crying that they have not been paid. So what is the reason? And I know there are many. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, through the chair, maybe on the details of payments, we'll be able to get more authoritatively from the Chief Officer, but with respect to the process of framework contractors, because of the initial challenge of paying directly the farmers through the Imprest, then we went, based on some audit concerns and our own advisory, we went for framework contracts. This is where we engaged firms that competitively bid on open tender. Then when they got the contracts, then they are the ones who will be engaged by the department to go to the farmer and buy the maram. Now it is the responsibility of the maram holder to negotiate with the company on the payment plan. Well, I think it has come to the knowledge of the department.
As you continue through the chair, the year 2023 or financial year 2023, 2022-2023, there was no any framework. Could you kindly explain on that? Thank you.
Yeah, so with respect to then the Imprest account, which has been explained by the Chief Officer, then we have those that are outstanding, that some of which are still being paid to date. Then I'll allow the Chief Officer to explain on that. I was explaining on the aspect of the engagement of the farmer. So maybe Chief can explain on any outstanding bills on Maram.
And Chair, she respond, could you, because we are more disturbed on this, Madam Chief Officer, could you share with us with a list of Maram suppliers who have not been paid for the financial year 22-23 and 23-24? And you'll also tell us whether from the budget, whether do you still have any balances from the budget of the 8 million?
Chair, on that, as I rejoined the question, I wanted to back up the question from my colleague from Sangalo Kepuloni. Maybe we have a farmer in Kabiyet where almost the entire county is getting maram from there. Maybe we can see how the land is affected. Maybe an ICT officer can assist us so that maybe we can see that is the place, and in this is the county machines. The farmer here is owing the county government, is being owed by the county government 700,000. So I think you can see the state of the land. More so the maram is quality, but they have never been paid.
Thank you, honorable members, through the chair. In our submission of pending bills, we have submissions on outstanding bills to various suppliers and farmers on supply of maram. But we try to balance all the sub-counties, because when we moved from individual farmers, which gave us issues with the audit, the main reason we were engaging them initially was you could find, yes, due diligence has been done, the best maram has been identified in a particular farm. That person is not willing to register a company. It could be an old man, and the only thing we could use is maybe his ID and his details to pay. That's why we were using our Imprest account. But when it brought up challenges, even on accountability issues and we were trying to move out from using Imprest account to using IFMIS directly. And that's when we went into contract frameworks. I've been asked if we can supply. Yes, we can submit the list of the outstanding suppliers plus the individual farmers. We have received a request from the department to process some amounts of part of those outstanding pending bills.
Maybe, Waziri, Chief, through the chair, do you have any plan of paying the farmer direct his or her amount for the supply of maram? Because these contractors are raw contractors. Once they are paid, they cut a shortcut and run away with the farmers' dues. Do you have any advice, any plan as a department for the benefit of the farmers?
Thank you, Honorable.
Secondly, Waziri, I've heard that you've received some requests to process some payments for the supply of maram. I think now it is good that you now do some due diligence, because some of these contractors might have colluded with some junior officers in these offices so that they can process payment, and without your knowledge you will pay and things have not been done. So it is high time that you also put in some measures starting from now.
Chair, thank you. So that we can wind up with the maram, let the department give us the budget for 2023-2024 for the maram. We want to know whether we still have some cash for the maram, because some of the wards, we never saw maram in our wards for 2022-2023. Now we want to know of 2023-2024. Do we still have maram, money for maram, so that we cannot go nil for the 2 years?
Honorable Chairman, there was also an outstanding question. I had asked Waziri to tell us what was the figure budgeted and the figure spent. I don't know, Waziri, whether you remember, so you can tell us that for 22-23, and you can do the same thing for 23-24.
Thank you. Concerned honorable members through the chair. On measures we can take as county treasury to ensure that these farmers get what is due to them, we will be soon floating another set of framework agreements, and I believe we are going to encourage as much as possible those who have the Maram sites to have individual companies owned by them, so that as we make payments, we are sure that it goes directly to the suppliers. That has been the challenge, because some of these owners of the farms were not willing. You tell an old man you need to have a company, and it's like, I need my money to my account. So, but on matters procurement, we need to have a company. We need to have the supplier owning a company, so that we're able to attach the IFMIS number to have it go through the process. So maybe we'll be much keen as county treasury to ensure most of these suppliers are individually owners of these companies, or we have a written agreement between the supplier and maybe the owner of the company, so that whenever we make payments, we can be sure. And actually maybe we'll do, as we do our monitoring and evaluation, we will be checking to ensure that as we make the payments, it goes directly to the suppliers, and even before making the payments, on the amount of Maram that has been supplied, so that we realize the value for money. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Trufosa.
She has not answered about 2023-2024, the budget for Maram.
We have that.
Thank you. Thank you. The outstanding bills are among the items that we need to bring up to supplementary, as we had indicated, of the items that we were not able to pay, since we did not realize the June disbursements of 2023-2024. So of the scheduled or the listed number of suppliers and the amounts, we will be considering the supplementary budget. But from where we sit, we have areas that were not cleared to the Maram suppliers.
Chief, through the chair, Chief, I'm interested. So how many disbursements have you received for this financial year?
We've received one. Thank you.
And the other one? So essentially you received two. How much have you received this year? That's what I would like to know.
Through the chair.
I asked the Chief. But you can also answer. It's okay. It's fine. How much?
We have received for July.
How much?
584 million. And last week, on Friday, we actually received again for August. The same figure. So we have received two.
And you add that to June?
No, we haven't. You know, the one that came in.
You said there was no law to spend it on, so you spend it on this financial year. That's what you said. Did I get you correctly?
As the minute chair, I need to consult a little bit. Okay. For the financial year, this current one, there are two releases.
Two disbursements,
done, yes.
Totaling nearly 1 billion and above.
Yes, Chair.
And then you received some other amount for the last financial year, which you used for this financial year. I thought your testimony went that way.
Yes, that is it, Chair.
So you have received 1.5 billion.
Yes, correct.
But you don't have money at the same time, because there's really ideally nothing that is going on in Nandi. Almost. And we have already sucked.
We now have.
How much did you save? Anyway, we'll get to that, the staff. So you have 1.5 billion. Do you have any contractor still not paid?
Yeah, yes, we do.
Despite having money?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us about this budget for Maram. That was just something I wanted to be on the side. For 22-23, how much was actually spent vis-a-vis what was budgeted?
Chair, what was spent, we have to cross-check. We have to check through this.
Maybe, Chairman, so that we can leave this because he wants to cross-check, I can tell you that the amount spent was double what was budgeted. Does it surprise you?
Chair, I indicated we will have to check that.
And now, you see, the reason why we are asking you these questions for the other departments is because you have a monitoring role. You have also a coordinating role. You have to check how the budget is being spent and that you are not paying for air. Maybe so that I yield to somebody else, Chief, you are the one who has the final say with the money being paid. Is that true?
Not final say. That is not true, Honorable Member.
Okay, who does the very final payment, gives the very final for money to go to somebody? Who does that?
Honorable Member, we know when you say I have the final say, it's like I decide who to pay and who not to pay.
Actually, that was another question I wanted to ask you.
No, that is not true.
Because through the
That's
chair.
That's not true.
But are you the final authorizer?
Yes.
So you are the final, and you can pay for air. Does it surprise you that you would pay for work not done, and you are being put there by Nandi to take care of their resources? Does it worry you at all?
If you can add more details to that, Honorable Member.
You have just been given an example, and there are many. The example of that which Honorable Sum mentioned, and many others.
Well,
and you have been paying without knowing.
Honorable Member, for me to make the final payment, I use a completely signed file with all the signatures.
There have been allegations that if you have everybody seated, the initiator to the finalizer, you can pay. There have been allegations to that effect. How then can you convince this committee that that is not true?
At least you've indicated it's an allegation. It's not possible when you don't have a document, because you have all the details of the documents in the system.
Okay.
So through the chair, may I ask the CEO, then why is it that at times there are a very long queue in your office of contractors? What are they doing? And yet you have their files.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Including
I will not
the
tell why
CEOs.
somebody has to visit the office. And if anyone visits the office, it's my duty to serve them. But I don't ask anyone to come to the office. Thank you.
So they normally come. And those who come to see you are the ones who are paid. Just to speak.
Is that true, Honorable Member?
Because, yeah, the vulnerable ones who are quiet, they are not paid. Mostly they just wait. Even if you check on the list of the companies, the ones which earned in the internet banking before the closure of the last financial year, the payment will be done. And some companies will overtake whatever was in the internet banking.
Maybe if that can be substantiated. Otherwise, we are not biased while making payments.
But the question
we
is,
follow the submissions of the departments based on the priorities they've submitted. You might find someone come to the office, yes, and finally may not get paid because there is another supplier who has been prioritized by department based on the time they completed the works.
but the problem is this: what are all these people doing, especially when there is money to pay the contractors?
I will not.
Why can they visit you during this other normal time when there is no money in the county?
I will not tell that, Honorable Member. I'm always in office, and there is no single day that I don't see suppliers or contractors or employees. Some could be coming even to inquire on only attendance, but not on payments.
Let us indulge that issue and leave it.
Maybe, Chairman, as we move, we could ask CEO, what measures has she put in place to ensure that nobody has to follow their payments? What are the measures which you can share with this House?
Thank you, Honorable Member. One is, as Waziri said, we've engaged with the departments to ensure that the way they prioritize suppliers and their submissions that in which has informed the payment plan that we have is in order of first in, first out. That will be the only way, and that is the only way that will be fair to pay someone based on when they completed the works. Thank you.
Honorable members, Honorable Mosby.
Honorable Chair, I want the CEO to explain, perhaps to me, or rather this committee, and the contractors listening out there. A contractor who puts up a bridge of around 4.5 million is in his second year of waiting. Now, you've told me about the issue of fuel. It is a supply that contractor can easily cut, for lack of a better word. Now, what about this contractor who puts up a bridge, who connects water to families, and since there is nothing that can threaten you in terms of the nature of their contract, what assurance are you giving such the people out there, so that we dispel this idea that somebody has to talk to you, somebody has to come to your office, so that they get paid for something they've done?
The chair.
Of course, I'm talking through the chair, and the chair is the vice chair who is.
Thank you. Honorable Member.
And the chair, be careful, because I'm afraid this department is taking over the proceedings.
Okay, you can communicate through the chair. And you have been taking so long when you are just whispering to one another. Once a question has been asked, just take it, and we move on.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I was waiting for you to give me an okay to respond.
Okay, continue.
Yes, because the chair had stepped out. Thank you, Honorable Member. As I've mentioned, it is not anything or any other reason that we would wish to have a supplier wait for too long without being paid. It is to the best of our interest that we reduce the financial obligations of this county government when and at the time when it is possible. The only impediment could be the restrained resources. The ultimate way of reducing this is the department to be keen. At times, yes, we are so interested and keen in ensuring that these suppliers are paid in the order in which they completed the works. I may not have total control over departments, my fellow accounting officers, whenever they queue the payments to be done. Remember, the payments are initiated at the departments. We are at the clearing end. So, as I've said, once we have, and this financial year, we have a documented payment plan that is showing which supply is falling into which month based on when they finish the work. And we will always endeavor, whenever resources, the timely disbursements favors us, we'll always endeavor to bring down the financial obligations as and when they fall due. It's only that the circumstances may not allow because of the economic situation. Thank you.
Maybe it's good for you to tell us now, through the chair, what are the pending bills on roads in this department that we are discussing? What is the obligation of the county? Because you mentioned it.
CC, you can answer it.
We submitted the pending bills, Chair, in the report that we gave.
We are asking about figures, Waziri, through the chair. People would like to listen, coming from you.
Okay, then, Chair, I can refer to the page meanwhile, and then we read it out.
But you don't even know. Okay, give us the total for the county. Let's leave alone the small one for roads. For the county, totally, overally.
They are still checking members, so we can proceed to another department.
No, before we move
Unless
from
there
roads,
is one who
there's
still has some
still one question I have on roads, Madam Chair. And actually not only one question, there could be several questions. I'm interested to know about is it possible, Bwana Waziri, well, you may, that there could have been roads that were done as a donation and they were paid? That's number one. And number two, I have seen something to do with emergency. So there is something called emergency culverts, or was it bridge? Was this captured under the emergency fund, or it was a budget under roads? So those are two questions. And I'm interested, it was what? It was called Carbore. I hope it can be projected. Whether it was done by the county, you could confirm that, or by somebody else, and then tell us about whether it was they used emergency funds from the emergency fund.
Proceed.
Yes, Chair. The first question member asked is whether it's possible for works to be done as a donation and get paid. That is not possible. Because you are paid for a certificate and the entire file contains your award, how then you got that contract. So it is not possible that you can pay someone for works that have been donated. The other question was on
Carbore to loan, box culvert. And I would like to highlight to you that there are several also captured as two-loan culverts. Maybe the Secretariat can help me identify that, quite a number. But on that one, it was factored as 5 million emergency culvert. Was it from emergency fund, or it was a budget under roads?
It was a budget under roads. Initially, roads will appropriate a figure, call it emergency works.
Road? Did you say road appropriate?
Yes, proposes for approval by the county assembly.
You know, appropriation can only be done by this House through the chair.
Yeah, makes a proposal, Chair. Let me correct that. Among the works that they have proposed in the department comes to the county assembly and approved as emergencies for road works. But forthwith, we got advised by the OAG that then that should cease and that all emergencies should now appear at the county executive under emergency. So these others, yes, they were done under roads, approved by the county assembly as emergencies, but that has since shifted following that advisory. Thank you.
So maybe if you can explain briefly, if you are an emergency, I'm looking at how budgets are made. So does it still satisfy to be called an emergency?
At that point, yeah, the reasoning was that they have not been captured. You know, they will be itemized items under budget for roads, for example. And you haven't itemized that one because you do not know when it will occur. And more often during heavy rains and what have you, we will have a bridge being swept away, a culvert being broken. So roads will want to fix those items, and yet they did not have funds for the same. So the only option then was to allocate money as an emergency for that. So it will actually fall as an emergency.
Chair, so now that you've said Controller of Budget advises you.
Say that, Chair. I said we got an advisory from the OAG.
OAG advisory.
Yes.
When did you implement that advisory? Which financial year?
23-24.
And when was the box culvert of Kabore to loan done?
Let me consult. Chair, we will have to refer to the department for that, for the accuracy of fact there.
Now, Chairman, because this, I'm interested in this because he's a planner. You could have seen that the narrative was county-wide. Emergency, county-wide. Then they finally settled on only one place, one project. Did that arrive, did it prick your conscience a little bit? That you plan for something county-wide, and then you take it to one ward, one project?
Okay, Honorable
The Chair, to add on that, we would like to know the emergencies, because there is a time I requested for an emergency at my place, 2023, early. I was not even included in emergency. That road was not done, the bridge, up to date. And it happens that the emergency now goes to one place. We don't know why. And it was mentioned that it's county-wide.
Chair, when it is budgeted as county-wide, it means it is available to meet any emergency across the county, because you cannot tell where the emergency will arise. Then, as to why one ward, I think it is not one ward. We have other projects which have been undertaken across other wards under emergencies.
Chair, maybe so that we raised that issue, could we know who is declaring whether it is an emergency or not?
Waziri.
For the roads, the technical team in the roads, and it doesn't have to be declared. Once a bridge has been swept, really that is something that was not budgeted. It is unforeseen. Under emergencies, what is emergency is defined as that which is unforeseen, which was not budgeted for, which is abrupt, and you cannot postpone expenditure on that. It has to be fixed. It is life-threatening, threatening the welfare of the people. So when a bridge is swept, it falls under that category automatically, and it has to be fixed.
Maybe, Chair, in a scenario where there is no emergency, and maybe it was budgeted in various departments, where does this money cost in a scenario where there is no emergency?
In a situation where there is no emergency, that budget will lapse. And that's exactly what we were saying. A budget document is not money. The budget lapses, the appropriation lapses, but those funds then, if they have not been spent, will be available for spending in other votes, which are budgeted. Because there is no ring fencing per se. I hope we understand this, Chair. There is no ring fencing like if you have done a budget for roads, you have an envelope for roads and you put money in it and you put it aside. No. The money is still a pool, but these are votes upon which you can source a money that is in a pool. So money is in a pool, but the votes are on the other side.
Okay. Let us go to
Honorable Chair, just so that we can be clear. This money, Waziri, the 5 million entirely was spent in one ward, in one bridge. That's what I want to, because that's what we have in the budget. So even in what you brought to us. So don't say it was spent in one place. That as if we are telling you that that's what happened.
Yes, Chair.
And it is a question of planning. Why are you using emergency funds in one ward and leaving out 29? Why?
The question, the answer is, Chair, because there is an emergency in that ward, and the resources that were available were in such a manner they were constrained, and so you can't.
Oh, okay,
you can't stretch it.
maybe let me give guidance. Waziri, do you have another fourth head under the Department of Finance under emergency fund?
Yes, Chair, I said.
How much money for the 2 financial years have we appropriated?
It only 23-24, Chair. It's not in the 22.
Yes, 23-24.
As per the Act, we do 0.5% of the entire budget, which goes to the emergency fund. But we were only able to budget up to 40 million in the budget, but sourcing is not up to that 40.
Okay, so how much have we? How much did we spend on that vote under your department, under emergency?
Chair, we spend, I can confirm, but I think that about 30 million for emergencies.
30 million.
So you spent 30 million for 22-23 and 24-25?
No, 23-24.
What about the year before?
For the year before, we did not budget. That item was still under Department of Roads.
Now, Waziri, the Act is very clear that you need to notify this house when you want to expend the emergency fund. Is that correct?
After the expenditure, Chair.
Have you done that?
Yes, Chair, I did.
Do you have correspondence to that?
I do have.
Okay. Let us proceed.
Notification come after how long?
2 months after expenditure.
So you will give us a copy of that?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Honorable members, let us proceed to the next item.
We need copies of all the emergencies done for the expenditure of 30 million so that we can know where the emergency went.
And maybe just for avoidance of doubt, does it have its own account or it's not, it's just a pool also?
No, it's voted, but it doesn't have its own standalone account. It's just payment from the CRF.
Okay, maybe Waziri, so that for the benefit of all the other members, as indicated by Mheshimiwa Tufosa, you will give us a list of all the, how the 30 million.
Thank you, Chair. Noted.
Yeah. Maybe we shall close the chapter on roads. Let us move to agriculture.
Chair, maybe before you close, although the procurement has just a step out, I wanted to ask what happens in some projects. You have been talking of box culvert. There was one actually which has been appropriated funds since 2020, and after today, nothing has been done. So it was a area of concern. I just wanted to see what happened in such scenario, because I found that culvert being appropriated with funds 2022, 2021, 2021, 2022, it was there also. 2023, 20, I don't know whether it is still there, 2023, 2024 now.
Okay.
And that is Kiptoros.
Head of supply chain. Mheshimiwa Ketera is raising an issue about the Kiptoros, is it box culvert? That has been allocated money since 3 years down the line, but has never been done. What is your take?
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm aware about there is a box culvert which we did through open tender, and after awarding the contract, we had the contractor has had challenges in taking on site. It's among the things which we discussed earlier. And I would want to put on record here that as much as we have had that as a case, the department has been trying to find a solution outside termination of that contract. And that is why I am not able to exactly give reasons. I think the department would be better placed. I am aware that we awarded, but the contractor has never come to site. At one point, the CCM was intervening through, this was a communication which he made, that it looks like the budgeted amount was not sufficient, and he was trying to find a way in which that the county would do some part of the work so that what is left that was within the budget would be done by the contractor. But then, since then, nothing has been done in writing to my attention to warrant either termination or retendering. I haven't received a request for retender. So I think it is an issue of design and budgeting. That is why the contractor was not able to take over that site. Thank you.
Chair, maybe so that I raised that case, what was the time frame for this contract, contract period for this, as per the procurement?
I would have to be factual, Chair. I don't have the exact, but I would mention that most box culverts, because we did award another one during the same period, and the contract period was 180 days, and that was done successfully. So it was an issue of challenges of the contractor as mentioned earlier.
So according to your estimation, that period has elapsed or still within the contract period?
Allow me to be factual about that, Chair. I am not sure whether it has lapsed or not, because I don't have the contract with me here.
Okay.
So the contractor, you could tell us about the contractor for Cryptoros, the one who had challenges.
I don't even know the name of the contractor offered, to be honest, so I can't tell you much. I know there was a successful bidder. As to the name, I am not able to say, but so I don't know much about the contractor as you have asked.
Were you involved?
Yes, I was.
So you would give us a name, and maybe also tell us about the material that is lying there. I was actually keen to find out whether you paid them, that contractor, because there is some material lying on that site.
Certainly we've not paid, because we pay through a certificate, and that contractor has not even taken site in terms of starting the work.
Okay. Thank you, honorable members. Maybe we shall go to the next department, and that is the department.
I still have a question, Chairman, on Lesos culverts. Which are captured as 900,000. But the department, when they came here subsequently, unfortunately I don't have their materials here. They indicated in the budget originally, and our secretariat can help us, it was captured as 9 million. In the year 2022-23. But I can see that in this report, it is still saying 900. But just the other day, when the department were here, they showed us that it was 9 million. Can you explain that? Waziri or CEO, whoever.
Maybe we will have to look at the other document, because we cannot confirm that it was supposed to be 9 million unless we see whether it was the same document. Because a culvert, and 9 million is a very big bridge, honestly speaking. A culvert.
They didn't say culvert, it was Lesos culverts.
As 9 million. Then we will have to cross-check with them. What we have provided is what we know of.
That's one of the reasons why we were thinking that your documents, and I still believe so, are doctored. Because the department brought us here documents that had 9 million. And I know it was in the budget also at 9 million. So,
Okay, honorable members, let us move to the Department of Agriculture. Maybe we shall go to the personnel emoluments. Department of Agriculture. Honorable members, let us interrogate the issues that are touching on the department on agriculture that you feel that should be addressed by the Department of Finance. And I want to direct that, honorable members, any issue that had been discussed at the departmental level, I think that one should not be discussed further. So that we only have issues that are touching on the Department of Finance.
Okay, through the chair, Wasiri, you had been asked about to give us the figure on total amount of pending bills. We are still waiting for it.
Okay, Chair, I will give in due course. Thank you.
But
I'm still looking for something.
Honorable Keter.
I think, Chair, we are trying to catch up with the new, we are comparing the two documents, so just a minute, we will get back to you.
In the new document, Chair, we were still looking for documents.
Chair.
The blue file is 464, whereas the old file is page 3 and 4.
Okay, Honorable Mosby.
If we are in the agriculture, right?
Which one is this?
We can talk about the payments for the renovations done at Kaimosi.
Okay.
I think they can shed light on the repairs. The repairs at Kaimosi, the director's house, the repairs or the renovations of the hostels. And I'm very particular, especially with the repairs of the director's house. So, Chair, I request that they can explain to us what they were paying for. Then we can look at it from there.
Madam Chief.
Thank you, Honorable Member, through the chair. I take with concern the issue raised. I know it is showing some description of two different companies of the same. It's the same area that we had under Department of Transport. We wish to clarify that there are two different contracts. We've come with the award letters to confirm. that will have been a matter of a wrong classification. But we have award letters of the two contracts to confirm. It's one of the errors that we corrected.
Madam Chief,
Yes.
I think the issue here is not about the contract. It is about the same item captured twice.
Yes. And that's why we have to differentiate with the contracts. So one of it is, yes, for the renovation of Director's House at Kaimosi ATC. And the other one is for the construction of field toilets and tea leaf sheds at Kaimosi ATC. So there are two different contracts. And we'll submit the award letters to differentiate the two. I don't know if the member referred to the error that there are two descriptions of the same to two different companies.
I think my question was that there was the equipping. There was equipping in one financial year, and then two renovations in the same financial year. That's what I'm referring to. Both, or rather all totaling to around, I think around 6 million. I can't trace.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The correction that I was making is the one that was referring to two renovations at the same financial year. Actually, it is a renovation by one company, but the other was erroneously captured as renovation still, but that is meant to be field toilets and tea leaf sheds. We have the documents to confirm that.
So, through the chair, for the house, what was the cost of renovations of the house?
The cost is 2.9 million. It's awarded at 2.9 million.
All right.
Overall renovation.
Yeah, through the chair, may I request, even that 2 million nonetheless, may I request the ICT to project the state of the director's house so that we see whether we have value for money. And even so that there is also the equipping, we can quickly have a look at how what was equipped, or rather how the house was equipped, and then maybe you can see there is some room there where there is a lot of leakage. You can focus there, ICT.
Chair, maybe as we wait for ICT, I wanted to know whether the Kaimos is autonomous or we still, everything is still also centralized after we pass the bill.
That is enough. We can now prosecute the matter.
So maybe they can explain what they paid for, maybe.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As per our records, as we've submitted, this is a bill in financial year 2022-2023. The whole process was undertaken by the Department of Agriculture. We were forwarded by a whole file with completion certificates. That is what guided our payment. So maybe details you can get from the department. Thank you.
Waziri and your team, we also have the same item done in the year 23-24 with a cost of 2.8 and 3.3.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think it's the same item we are referring to. When I quoted the figure 2.9, it's as per the award letter that we've brought to differentiate that they were captured as two companies, but it's actually one. The figure there, 2.8, is the net figure after payment. But what I read out was a gross figure. Thank you.
But now the financial years, financial year, you talked of 22-23. I'm talking of 23-24.
I made reference to the award letter, which we've brought to differentiate the two. It was awarded in 22-23 and paid in 23-24.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Chairman, this is, it's interesting that she's talking about a gross figure. Was it one-off? The payments we have here, are they one-off? And I'm also even interested in the one for Trans-Africa Motors. It's in another department, but the 19 million. Is it one-off?
Yes, Honorable Member, the figures captured are one-off payment.
So you talked about gross when you have paid.
No, I spoke of gross when referring to the award letter. But so this is the net figure paid after tax.
Okay, so on the question of the 19 million, they were one-off.
Yeah, we had when
were they
contract.
Paid?
Sorry?
When were they paid?
I believe you're referring to the...
Yes, the grader.
As
yes.
you've said, Trans-Africa Motors. It was a one contract, but it was paid in two batches, two phases.
Of how much?
Of 20... the net figure is 19 million. For one item, but those were two phases. So each 19 million.
So I'm referring to the payments, since
yes.
you are the ones who make payments. Was it a one-off?
Those are two different payments.
I mean the 19
each
million.
19.
So one time you paid 19.
Yes.
When did you pay the first 19?
It's in the course of financial year 23-24.
Yeah, could you give us the date?
I might need to check on the date and the month that we paid. But they were paid after delivery of the machines.
So did you bring the agreements that we had requested? The government contract and everything regarding these two machines.
Thank you. Maybe we made reference to the correspondence that came after our appearance here, and it did not indicate that. Maybe we have no issue in meeting it.
But you confirmed that there were one payment. I mean, one
There are
of
one
1919.
contract, one contract, 2 payments.
Of 1919?
Yes.
Nothing in between? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, but Chairman, looking at the...
You are taking us to the Department of Roads, and we are done with that department.
No, it was just a rejoinder, but I'm interested in looking at now that they have seen what they paid for. What's your comment? And it's worth about, I think, 6 million. And that house was not built from scratch. It was being renovated. What's the feeling? How does it make you feel, head of supply chain? That the county government is spending 6 million for what you just saw. Head of supply chain, through the chair.
Okay, let me respond through the chair. Clarification, please. The actual amounts that Chief Officer has quoted and clarified with respect to the contract, which we've just looked at, the projection by ICT, is 2.9.
What about equipping?
That is the one. So we haven't referred to any equipping. So it's only 2.9, the one that we have been taken through. And I think she has mentioned as well that the details of all the components, including, of course, the renovations inside the house, was submitted through a file by the Department of Agriculture.
I'm asking, through the chair, you've seen what was done. Could you tell us the total figure spent on that project? Equipping and renovation.
All right. The ones we have referred to, according to the reference of the asked by a member, I think it is on page 464.
Yeah.
Item number, so that we don't confuse, Chair, number 11. That is the one that is specific to the director's house.
Maybe, Chair, can you allow me, now that I've gotten where I was referring to, on the vote of development financial year 2023-2024, I don't know what page, it must be among the first pages in our document. The document you gave us, it is page 3, where you have Shamai Springs Enterprises Limited, renovations of Director's House at Kaimosi. That is 2,848,863.55 cents. Then again, there is another company called Juan Shesha Company Limited, renovations of Director's House at Kaimosi, ATC, 3,326,156.55 cents. Then that is now in the year 2023-2024. Then we move to, still the same year. You have number 46, Sociani Top Link Company Limited, equipping of Director's House at Kaimosi ATC, 413 shillings and 80 cents. And I think the ICT has taken us through. Even that equipping alone, I think the most expensive item I saw there must have been a sofa set, which could go something close to maybe 150,000 from a layman's. And that is now, among other items, of course, among other items, but it is, the equipping now is 2.4 million. The renovations, the 2 renovations, 2.8, 3.3.
Okay, through the chair, while making a submission, Chief Officer mentioned that there is a clarification that we have brought through documentation of the different awards for different works. The description could have been indicated in the document there as renovations, but the documents which we wanted to present for your appreciation is how different these works were awarded. So the first one, under Shamai, the award is for renovation of Director's House at Kaimosi ATC at 2.9. That is the gross figure. The net figure paid is a 2.848. So that is the renovation. It has nothing to do with equipping. And the department, as we have presented, are the ones who administered and provided the completion certificate. Now, the other one that now separates under the company called Juan Shesha, the notification of award here is for construction of field toilets and tea leaf sheds at Kaimosi ATC farm. So that does not qualify to be a director's house. So we were making that distinction through chair so that it does not look like all that amount of 3.4 again is for renovations. So honorable member, that is how different they are. And then equipping, as you have highlighted, is equally separate. So those were the clarifications, and it is as per documentation provided by the department.
Honorable Chairman, is this their document? Who made this, who authored this document?
We have said we are making clarifications.
Who ordered this document?
This is a payment from the as extracted from
this one. What is this? What is this document? Maybe you can tell us, CC, what is this document? I can see
Yeah,
it financial
payment details.
What is it? What is this thing? This document, what is it?
This is the summary of payments per department as requested by the committee.
Was it being typed or it was downloaded?
I'm told they were being sorted.
Was it being typed or downloaded?
Downloaded.
So you download something correctly. Okay. Anyway. So you can see that we have spent there nearly 8 million. What you saw.
I think, Chair.
And you are the ones in charge of the Nandi finances.
What then is...
Or not in charge. Maybe you can say that. You can say the departments are in charge. We will accept that.
Chair, to be fair on this need to be cross-checked together with the scope of work that was being done for the various contracts.
Okay.
And that can
be... Waziri, I want to close that issue, but for my understanding now, I need some clarification. If a document is downloaded, is it subject to alterations?
Maybe even as he answers, Chair, I direct him to look at number 46, which says Lel Boys Construction and Supplies. The description is renovation of Kaimosi ATC, 1,300,000. So, how can you even distinguish?
Waziri or Madam Chief, I want to understand something, because I'm somehow getting confused. When you download a document, can you alter the same document?
Ideally not. On this case, as I had mentioned, we were sorting per department, per financial year, because the system does not sort.
And when
we realized that there was that error, same case as the one that we reported, we had to get a differentiation of the two, and that's why we called for the award letters to differentiate the two.
But now you are confirming that the documents before us are downloaded documents?
Yes, they are downloaded and sorted.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let us proceed to another item, please. So on agriculture, please.
Yeah. Okay, go on. Chair, I also, in agriculture, we have this program called NARIC. I don't know whether they have their own, and they have account in national, is it national? Kenya Commercial Bank. I don't know, are you still under Department of Finance? Do you know who are the signatories? For NARIC.
Honorable members, I want to give directions that this issue of NARIC, we had discussed extensively with the department.
Chair, it is this department that provided.
And now that, so that we don't dilute issues, honorable members, and you will agree with me, we have the bank statements for the same with us here.
Okay, thank you.
So I will indulge that. Let us not discuss the issue on NARIC.
Thank you.
Yes. So let us move to the next item. Bridget. Okay, Mheshimiwa Tarbei.
Chair, I think from the observation, I think we can go to emolument because the major of Nakreda was the Kaimosi. Yeah.
Can go to personal emoluments, yeah, so that we can call it a day.
Chair, before we move there, there is something came up in my mind, and my question goes to Director of Supply. There is I don't know if ICT can project about it. It is someone who did a job. It's called Strawberry. ICT kindly. This is a company who did the funeral of Agnes Chebet Tirop in the year 2021, and this company, they have never been paid of amount of 9,430.83. And my question goes to Director of Procurement. This company is complaining that you told them to exaggerate the numbers to 1.5 so that you will pay. So when this lady or the owner of the Strawberry you refuse to pay the amount. Is it true? And if you have paid the owner, kindly can you give us the M-Pesa or any amount that you have paid?
I seek protection, Chair. That's a wild allegation. I don't even have the phone contact of that company, so could I ask that either be substantiated or withdrawn, because that's serious. I seek protection, Chair. That's too serious.
Okay, Mheshimiwa, are you in a position to substantiate the allegations?
No, I cannot withdraw because the owner just call me. I don't know even the owner, he called me. So there is nothing I can withdraw because he or she told me that the Director of Supply of Finance.
Chair.
Wait, I finished the
order. If I may intervene, Chair.
Yes.
This is a committee that we are working on TORs. I don't think maybe I know maybe like what Honorable Member is saying, someone is using up, but we have our terms of reference which we must take for this committee to objective. Otherwise, Chair, if everyone gonna bring any allegations, it might be outside the mandate of this committee. So I indulge your guidance that we stick to the terms of reference as mandated by the Honorable House Chair, because as the witness is saying, it's just allegations, and if we go, we might miss our target, Chair. I beg your indulgence.
Okay.
Okay, I think in our terms of reference, we had something to do with the pending bills.
Yeah, unless you approach it from the pending bills with it.
Yes. But now on that issue that is being raised by Honorable Bridget, if you cannot substantiate, and we will all agree that let the owner of the company make some written submissions to that effect.
Okay, thank you,
Or
Chair.
as one affidavit.
Chair.
So
Thank
that, okay.
I should let out on the rest, Chair. We are still in agriculture.
I think I seek protection, Chair. The member has made an allegation which has not been substantiated, and it is on record. Could that really be cleared? I think it is an issue about reputation of a public officer. She really substantiate or withdraw? I'm seeking your guidance.
I've directed that.
Meanwhile, Chair, can
until
I
it
withdraw
is
the statement?
until an affidavit is presented, could it be withdrawn, Chair, on record?
Okay. Honorable Bridget, can you withdraw that statement?
Yes, meanwhile, I withdraw, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, still in agriculture, maybe the area of concern is that I don't know, I've seen some tractors around. Maybe since we have the finance team, are we making any income or are we making any revenue to that effect now that we have tractors running around from agriculture? So if yes, then we'll be able to proceed. Just give us an overview how you have arranged on how we can get revenue.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we are making revenue, but the revenues under that facility mainly are actually subsidized. If you have checked the finance bill that you approved recently, the figures have been captured indicating how much it costs for a farmer to hire those machinery. Unlike what farmers hire for an outsider, the county machinery have been subsidized. The idea is not to so much make profit out of it, but to facilitate farmers in aiding their productivity in the farms. So yes, we make revenue, as I have explained.
Maybe through the chair, you could give us examples, like plowing.
Like plowing, for example, Chair, the county machinery, plowing an acre is 2,500. And in the market, where I come from, that is 4,500. So you see how subsidized the one for the county is.
Where do you come from, Waziri?
Unless the farms in where I come from are a bit difficult to plow. Actually, I come from where we plant a lot of sugarcane, and plowing such a land requires 4,500 per acre.
And you would agree with us that you are misleading this committee?
How?
Because the plowing in that area and any other area is not exactly the same.
I would want to
when you're using moldboard and others. So anyway, so are you sure that there are I thought I saw 3,000. And we had people from agriculture here, and they mentioned quite a number of other figures, including the facilitation for somebody to go there, measure the farm, and come back. If you look at it overally, it's just the same as the commercial.
Now the question was whether we have revenues in this line, and I responded that yes, we do have.
How much is it?
No, we can quantify later and provide.
Okay, thank you. I think the same issue had been dealt with during the other team. They had actually given an estimate of above $1 million. Yes, per month. Was it per month? Yes. Okay, let us proceed. Honorable Osum. Osum, and then Honorable Bitok.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Trufosa.
Thank you, Chair.
We are in agreement that let us prosecute the issue to do with personal emoluments. Okay.
Okay, Chair. Mine could be different, but a simple one. I want to ask the CEO, was that payment for land in Kiptuya actualized? That's the land for the VTC, for the vocational. Was it actualized?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Through the Chair, it has not been actualized. Thank you.
So the question is
Honorable
why?
Bitok. Honorable Trufosa.
Thank you, Chair. My question is about Public Service Board. From the Public Service Board Commission report and the Control of Budget report, it is a fact there are personnel paid outside the payroll. Which document did you rely on to pay outside payroll? That one goes to Madam CEO. Another question is, who oversees the preparation of payroll? Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Okay, and
question.
And maybe so that we be fair to the contractor that was mentioned by Honorable Bridget, I think I will request the CEO to give us an explanation on why such a person has not been paid since 2021. Because
Yes.
you see now, it was an event that actually somebody had passed, and the services were hired, and now that. So I think it will be fair so that we don't just wish away the other allegations. It is also good that we have an explanation on that effect.
Maybe, yes, it is good, Chair. Along that what you are asking, do we have, let's find out first whether there was such provider in our one of the pending bills, or?
Okay. And that is why I've said let us be given just an explanation so that we don't just put off.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The reason anyway, let me not go to the initial issue, because it wasn't more on as to why it has not been paid. It was on a different statement. To the best of my knowledge, the department that was coordinating this, we all understand that was a support towards such an unfortunate situation that happened. And the department that was responsible for this was not able to put up the proper procurement file in good time for us to process the payment. The issue had been registered, but we didn't have a file to use to pay. But the department has been on it to work on it. Thank you.
Chair.
Okay, maybe now let us give you. Can you come up again, Honorable Trufosa, on the issue of?
Okay.
You touched on something to do with the Public Service Board.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let me repeat the question. Maybe that you has forgotten. It is from the Public Service Commission report and the Control of Budget report. It is a fact. There are personnel being paid outside the payroll. We document did you rely on to pay outside the payroll? And another question is, who oversees the preparation payroll or payroll?
Now, that question is directed to the CEO.
Thank you, Honorable Member, through the chair. Yes, we've had some officers who are paid outside payroll, that is IPPD. All of them form payroll, but the ones that we pay outside integrated the IPPD system. So the officers who are paid outside IPPD system are the ones who have not been assigned the IPPD numbers for them to be paid through the system. We rely on a submission from the department responsible for payroll management, that is Department of Public Service, who on monthly basis submit the summary of the payroll with accompanying schedules on those officers to be paid within IPPD and those ones outside IPPD. Thank you.
Maybe for clarity, honorable members, the chief has mentioned something that the department that you are mentioning has been running away from. Which department is squarely responsible on issues to do with the payroll? Because that issue has actually been, people have been running away from that issue. So, and they have been actually placing the blame on finance. We need to be clear on this. Oh. They have been placing the blame on finance. So that, because you are here today, clear, so that everybody will know the department that is in charge of the payroll. It's either you as finance or which department.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I believe earlier on, the CC in charge of finance gave a brief on the functions of the Department of Finance and Economic Planning. And payroll is not one of our functions as per the PFM Act. So, as per the functions of department, there is a department that is in charge of payroll function.
One.
To my knowledge, public service.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think, honorable members, it is now clear that the payroll is under which department, because we have been confused all along. Honorable Trufosa had not finished. Please let us allow her to finish.
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
The way she has answered, we have no.
Okay.
Those who are supposed to be in charge of payroll.
Honorable Bit.
Thank you, Chair. I just want the department to inform this committee what actually occasioned the issue of ballooned wage bill. And I want to appreciate that CEO of Finance, at least you served in that department before as Director of Budget. Could you kindly shed us some light on what might have occasioned the ballooning wage bill? And as a department in charge, as years goes by, and let me be particular on these two financial year, 22-23, we all realize that this is the wage bill between 2018, the worst year was 2022-2023, and partly 2023-2024. What might have occasioned the circumstances that we were in before the audit? Share us some insights about it. And if you are aware, let me direct it to the CEC in charge of finance. I'll be unfair to CEO because she doesn't sit on SEC. Realizing that there was a ballooning wage bill, as a member of SEC, what action did you took, or rather advise to the chair of the SEC on this matter before the situation ran out of hand?
Chair, it is true that the wage bill has been high and that it is not specific to Nandi County. I think that needs to be in record. That resource, the personnel resource, if you look at critically what we call the staff establishments for various counties, the counties are operating.
Chair, I want to be particular on Nandi County. Let us leave other counties. We are in Nandi. Let us talk our issues as Nandi County.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you, Chair. If you look at the one for Nandi, then, and Nandi is not exceptional from the others, then the percentage of staff who have been employed vis-a-vis the establishment is low. We have about 5,000 staff on payroll. We had about 5,000 staff on payroll. The staff establishment stands at 8,000. That tells us that we need about 8,000 staff spread across the county, various departments, to effectively deliver services for the people of Nandi. But that has not been attained so far. Why? Because of inadequate resources. So the staff that are there then...
Chair, I want you to stick to the issue of CRA policy, ratio of development against the wage bill for this package. It's not about the establishment, because the guiding issue here is what we get from the exchequer. And that should guide on what percentage should we operate in.
But Chair, that will mean you have to close off certain service centers. Exactly.
You know,
like what happened in 20.
Chair, you know, there's something that I need you to guide us, Chair. He said,
I think Waziri,
in earlier submission,
okay, honorable member, let me guide. Waziri, I think the best thing you should do is to just stick to the question. Maybe answer the question, and then I indulge you to explain further.
And as a reminder,
there's no, if you would listen to it very well.
As a reminder, Chair, he earlier mentioned that there was a problem of wage bill, and he said we advise the governor on deal, which triggered the audit from Public Service Commission. So he was aware of the wage bill. I have just asked a simple question. What might have triggered all these issue of ballooning wage bill?
And Chair, if the member can be patient a little bit, through you, I can then conclude that explanation. We have staff working with us. The numbers are high, courtesy of the service that is being delivered to the people of Nandi. The resources that are coming from the exchequer allocated to the counties cannot measure up to that levels of staff. If you look at what schedule, the fourth schedule as far as the functions of the county government are concerned, and then you look at that together with Article 187 in terms of the functions of the county governments, there is a disparity, and this is a disparity that we are still taking up even with IBEC. The principle of resources following the functions. But whatever functions that were in the national government, when they were devolved, they had to come with resources. We had a transition team that managed devolution during transition. When their term expired, they handed over very fast to a new team that is called IGTRC. IGTRC has been unbundling these functions and handing over to the county governments. There are functions, for example, a function under ECDE, which previously was not a function of the county government. It wasn't there. It was a responsibility that the parents were undertaking. They were building their own facilities, they were paying for their own teachers.
Honorable Chair, but I think
what
this
has
is not
happened?
the question.
Chair, allow me to finish.
This is not the question.
Let us allow to finish.
What happened, Chair, is that function even of ECDE was handed over, and it is important that the county assembly gets to understand this so that they can even help the counties to champion together. A function like ECDE, which was not a responsibility of the national government per se, was handed over to counties.
Chair, when did the ECDE establish in this county? Immediately after inception of devolution, 2013. And there was also wage bill. Are you trying to say the ECD teachers is what made our wage bill balloon.
I think it is better, Chair, that you allow them
I'm
to finish
particular
my
about
explanation.
2022-2023, Waziri. Let us be specific. Don't-
Honorable members,
let him speak.
okay,
Allow
le-
me to finish.
Honorable Bit, let us allow him to finish the explanation, and then you will
But at
interrogate
least
further.
he should answer the
Chair.
question. Let him answer the question, Chair. We really do not have time for stories.
It is not
He
a
is giving
story,
us
it is an
We have,
explanation.
seated, we have been seated from morning. The report from public service is out. He is not aware of the recommendation that was done, what might have caused this wage bill to balloon. And he's taking us into cycles of ECDs.
We cannot give him a platform, Chairman, to take us in
Honorable
cycles.
members.
Let him answer the question.
Okay,
Chair,
and
it
that
is fair
is
that you
why,
allow me also-
honorable members, on a fair ground, let us allow also some explanation. The question can be answered.
Let him summarize, Bas, without
Okay.
giving stories. Let him
Okay.
summarize it in brief.
Finish, Waziri.
And Chair, if the county assembly doesn't get to understand this, who then will champion the interests of the public?
Honorable
That is why-
Chair, Honorable Chair.
That is
That
why
is
I want-
improper,
Oh,
Chair.
Chairman, he needs to withdraw this.
Order, honorable members.
He
Let
needs-
us allow Waziri to...
Let him withdraw. We understand everything, Chairman. He cannot. How can he
No.
impute an improper motive on us, as if we don't
Order,
understand?
honorable Minor, please. You are now making me to invoke the standing order 106, please. Can
So,
we please...
Let me be straight to the point then, Chair.
Let us, before I allow the vice chair, let us allow Waziri to finish. You know, we might be knowing things, but we might not be understanding them. So let him, as he has alleged that the county assembly needs to understand.
But
let us humble ourselves
Chair,
to understand. I want to beg with the
Chair,
honorable members,
Chair,
please.
with all due respect, Chair,
Yes.
Waziri is not about to finish, and
So
instead is
let
implying.
let me, Waziri, summarize.
Instead, is implying that
Summarize
we are hard to understand.
Okay.
That we are fools.
No,
I didn't mean
no,
that.
No, no, he has not. He
What
has
I
not
meant is-
indicated that way, Honorable Mosby.
No,
please.
without saying directly, he is saying that if the assembly cannot understand, what is that?
I think the proper words that I had, Waziri said, the county assembly needs to understand.
Chair, I can...
Okay, maybe.
It was in the
okay,
negative.
Okay.
I can withdraw that, Chair, and allow me to apologize for the members. But what I meant is...
But now, can you summarize your explanation?
Yes, thank you. So, one, the reason why we are unable to measure up to get the 35% on wage bill against revenue as per the law is that what is allocated to counties is not sufficient. That is one. Very underlying factor that is a fact. That is why it is cutting across all the counties. So secondly, as particularly to us as county government of Nandi, we have had under health a lot of facilities that came up for under dispensaries and health facilities, and which required staff to be hired. Other things have come in place to do with the industrial actions by various unions. You are aware nationally some unions have had to agitate for better pay for their staff due to issues of inflation in the country and so forth. And so all these negotiations have had to increase the wage bill consistently. That is why then we are at the level where we are.
Chair.
But you also, you will not be fair, Waziri, by not mentioning that going by the PSE report, which is with us now, we have some people who are being paid and not working.
The PSC report did not particularly mention that. The PSC report identified anomalies in the system. But further in the...
And one of the anomalies is some people are even in higher job groups.
Chair, there's something that I want to dispute, Chair, for the purposes of record. You know, this is House of Record. The CEC in charge of finance has said what we are being allocated is not enough. Whereas we have people who don't work in hardship areas, they are paid hardship areas in this payroll. Two, There are people who have promoted themselves illegally and we are being told the money is not enough. There are people like in the Kendagor and others who don't work and radio callers who are being paid and is telling us the money is not enough. There are people who are being paid medical risk allowance and they are not medic and we are told the money is not enough. Waziri, just be kind to this committee and speak the truth. You cannot justify that the money is not enough where we are losing a lot of resources to people who are unprocedurally employed, to people who are not working and earning, people are earning hardship allowance, they don't work in hardship zones, and you are telling us the money is not enough. You are not kind to this committee, you are not genuine to this committee.
Okay.
Just no response again, just leave it the way it is.
It can't go like that. I mean, I'm saying those are anomalies that were identified by the committee. You know, it's a broad thing. Even where we are now, Chair, please listen to this. Even where we are, remove all those people who have been promoted irregularly, remove anyone who is a ghost worker, who is on payroll. We still are not at 35%. So why? And the reason is what I'm explaining.
You know, he said our establishment should employ 8,000 employees. And that is why he has been employing, because he had not been employed 8,000 employees.
That is now the
Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman.
Member needs to withdraw that, Chair.
You said our establishment is 8,000.
Honorable members.
With all due respect, Chair, the member has to withdraw that.
Chairman.
I don't employ.
Chairman, may I, you see, it's good to guide ourselves. Chairman, let us stick to the question. I wish to ask a question. Why were the staff that are out right now, according to you, why were they sacked?
I think the Chair, this matter I asked earlier, those staff who have been, a number of them who have been laid off have gone to court. And the matter that is in court, honestly, I asked that you will have to advise whether I need to mention. Because they have gone to court basically on that matter. And they have a constitutional right as per Article 50, and the standing orders of this House 88 provides the same. I don't know whether Chair will allow me to go into that.
You know, honorable members, if you can be patient slightly so that things are explained, we could actually...
Let him also not mislead us. That is what is causing impatience for misleading information, Chair.
Okay, Waziri, don't mislead the committee.
Chair, let me
and
ask.
I want to be categorical, and I had stated earlier that stick to the question. We could avoid all these interjections if you stick to the question.
So, Chair, let me seek your indulgence. Let the member ask again specifically.
Why were they sacked?
They are in court disputing the sacking. Do we have to speak about the matter in court?
Yes.
Article 50 prohibits
Honorable
us from
Chairman,
doing that.
we
Order
have talked about this
prohibits us
before.
from doing that. How do we speak to that matter, Chair?
We are not discussing the substance.
It is.
Or the merits or demerits. Just tell us why.
The reason they are in court is the dispute on the sacking.
Why?
And it is the reason you want me to give. And that
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Yes, Honorable Keter.
Yes, it is good. I can see both members are exchanging. I think it is in order to come through you. So rule on that matter so that we can proceed to. Thank you, Chair.
Maybe, Chair, a question to Waziri.
So,
in as much as you don't want to talk on those who have gone to court, what happens to those who haven't gone to court?
Those ones, they are applying for the jobs that have been advertised, and they will be considered and upon receipt of the applications.
So you are telling us that those who went to court, they not apply. For those who remain, they have to apply. I thought the advert was generally countrywide.
No, but they can't, Chair, they can't apply when they are first of all disputing the very first issue of taking them out of payroll. So they have to clear the matter, get a fair hearing and a judgment on it, and then now proceed. Because they can't have two things at a go.
So, Waziri, through the Chair, you want to tell us that those who are at home now will get first priority. Unlike that, the advert is all over. It's okay within the country, not the county. Thank you.
Chair.
Honorable Chairman.
Chair.
Oh, you can go on.
Okay. Waziri. And the CEO. So before this, some of the staff were affected, what was the wage bill?
Maybe through the chair, they can answer my question before coming for that of wage bill.
I don't know, Chair, if you can allow that question can come up again.
Okay, I'm asking, you are telling us that there are those who went to court. Yes, we understand. There are those who have done the application right now. Are you insinuating that they'll get first priority to be considered? And yet the advert is the daily papers, that it's accountable. It's not only for those who are within the county government of Nandi. Thank you.
Chair, so that maybe we, in support with what Honorable Silas is talking about, is that what happens, maybe we should be asking Waziri. I understand there are some people who got their pay slips of August and September, maybe before these things. Are they going to get their salaries? There are some people who got their pay slips in the month of August and September, and now that maybe they are affected with what it is going on, purported to be. Are they going to get their salary for those months?
Chair, the issue of that was raised by Honorable Member was it Sangalo. First, let me say this here. Matters of this stuff are being handled by the Public Service Board. So who is qualified is as per the advert. It is not within me to specify that or to clarify. I then want to withdraw. I don't have the competence to explain on that.
So you are now directed to the public service.
On the matter of those who got their pay slips, I cannot confirm that they will get paid because it is not about a pay slip. It's about a process. Yes.
So
through the chair.
Yeah, just on this issue of pay slip, somebody has received a pay slip because Waziri is being casual on this. Somebody has received a pay slip and there is no money to follow it. Sincerely, when a pay slip comes, it is a guarantee that money has been allocated to you. And unless you tell me a pay slip is just a paper, a piece of paper. These people are the people who worked, by the way, and they are brave to come forward and ask, are we going to get paid because we received the pay slip? Why was the pay slip released and there is no resources to follow? You should be able to tell us if you did that, if somebody did that, and now you are not ready to disburse money for them. This is quite unfair.
Chair, I want to say it is not within our function. We will clear what has been presented to us. As to determine who or not who, it is not within our function.
I think this question, Honorable Chair, is being asked to you as a member of SEC. Remember, you wear two hats. So you're in the County Executive Committee, and I believe you are the one who advises on matters finance. Is that a true position?
I do, Chair, but
is that a true position?
Not on matters employment.
Yeah, we are not talking about employment here.
That is a matter that touches on employment. You are paid because you are employed.
So the question is, when you are there in the SEC, what has been your advice, or what have you deliberated on this issue
On
at the SEC? On the question of people who worked through August and so on, got pay slips, but they never got paid. And then as your answer, can you then confirm that these monies are there?
Chair, a matter that comes to SEC, that is the County Executive Committee, has to be fronted as an agenda by the mother department. If this has not been fronted,
so
then
has it been fronted?
It has not reached a point where we have seen it at SEC.
No. Has it been fronted? The answer would be satisfactory, whichever. Has the issue been fronted?
Chair, I believe the department is still capable enough to handle it. It has not.
The question is, member of the SEC, has the matter been fronted to your knowledge?
I have responded, Chair. I want to go by my response.
Chair, can you ask the witness to... Is the witness going by his response?
What have you responded to, Waziri? I'm also waiting to hear your response.
I have said, Chair.
Yes.
I believe the department is still capable to handle the
so
matter.
The issue has not been brought to SEC?
It has not become an agenda that can...
Okay.
Now,
yes,
allow me, I have a couple of questions. We have an experience of Kaimosi where the same staff who are now out were summoned in Kaimosi. They were seeking for renewal of contracts. Some succeeded, some did not. Most of them succeeded eventually. But they worked for a couple of months without pay. Where did this money go? And I know, if you answer me where that money went, the 3 months that these people were seeking, you are verifying their documents. Like now, it has been advertised. And we can see you are going to employ them somewhere in January or elsewhere like that. Where is this money that we had appropriated? Where will it go? Are you going to bring a supplementary? Have you brought that during the Kaimosi standoff where you took the workers there and finally they were paid, or rather they were engaged after 3 months, much as the nurses, the doctors, the agricultural officers, the revenue officers who are now continuing to collect revenue, especially for parking and all that. You know that. Where did their money go previously, and where will these ones that you are saving now go? Number one. Number two, how many staff do you have in your department? I've not seen an advert, maybe, who knows, it could be out there. Or is there an advert to recall them? If at least they were doing something for your department, or it is they are now under the bus.
Okay, Chair, the Chief Officer will take up the issue of how many staff we have and what are the plans. But on the matter of, I want to call it when contracts for staff lapsed, sometimes last year. The lowest I remember we paid then was about 265 million. That was really low. Down from figures ranging up to 300, 324, thereabout. That then the member asks, where did this difference go to? That time, we reduced our pending bills from about 900 million that were recorded at COB to 167 million by the close of the year. We paid our contractors, and we can demonstrate through our pending bill movement record. And I explained earlier that when you have resources, they have not been placed in envelopes to say this is for personnel, this is for this.
Chair,
money will be available and you
Chair,
will pay.
Allow me to, I'm satisfied.
Okay, thank
you.
So
you can stop
there. But may I ask something though? This money that you're talking about that was supposed to go to workers, was it a wage budget? Was it a wage line budget?
It was under personnel emoluments.
Yeah, it was supposed to be wages.
Yes, yes.
Is it legal for you to change what is slated for wages to something else?
Chair, we didn't change.
But
But
maybe
basically
you
what I'm
could, maybe,
saying
maybe
is-
first of all you could tell us, are there budgets that have been passed in this house that were not financed?
Of course they are.
Like the 22, 23, it was not financed by how much? And the 23, 24.
As in, meaning chairman, meaning execution of it, or what does the member means by financed?
I mean, like we budget, but there is no money.
No, every budget is a balanced budget.
So
The
here you
revenues
are.
and the expenditure have to balance.
So here you are. You are not paying wages. Then you use it for something else.
No, when you don't realize all the revenues, then that is the time you have a deficit on the part of financing.
Yes, and that's why I'm asking you. Tell us what was the deficit in 22, 23, 23, 24.
Chair, I will be able to get. That's normally occasioned by the shortfall in our collection.
I've not asked the reason. I'm asking the amount.
Yeah, I'll be able to get the amount.
You are the planner.
I will get the amount. Yes, that notwithstanding, I will get.
So
the
you
amount
don't know
briefly before the
the amount.
Let me refer.
Anyway, but is it legal for you to convert wages into something else?
We didn't convert, Chair. I think this is important for us to understand. The budget making process is an undertaking of the county assembly every other time.
Don't we have a budget for personal emoluments?
We do.
Is it
and
not a line? Is it not a vote?
It's aligned.
And then, if you are to change that vote to something else?
We didn't change the vote. And Chair, I'm making this emphasis like the 5th time today. A budget doesn't put monies in envelopes for various vote lines.
Now, Chairman, this witness should stop taking us for a ride. We know that money is not in envelopes. Please stop taking us for, Chairman, you need to protect us from this. We are asking simply, if you have money in the CRF, or even when you are requesting from COB, how do you do it? You use appropriation, and that's why this house is here.
Yes, Chair, we use appropriation. But then what it meant is that it afforded us some cash flow to sort out a budget line that would have been jeopardized by shortfall in cash flow. That's what it means. So we had some cash flow, and we had some budget deadlines, and we spent. And we paid the pending bills.
Maybe so that we wind up that item that is becoming very emotive, Waziri. Here with me, I have a summary for the payroll since July 2022 to September 2024. And that is page 519 in the documents in the blue file. Now, Waziri, if I'm not wrong, I heard you mention that the lowest you paid was 265, but going by what is with us is 210. 210. Now, Waziri, mine will be a direct question, and this question might resemble the one that was being prosecuted by Honorable Bate. You see now, from July 2022 to September 2024, August 2024, you find that these figures were actually fluctuating. The highest being 387 million, and the lowest being 210 million. Now, Waziri, I will just need an explanation so that we get to understand. Can you actually explain
Yes, Chair. And
these fluctuations of the payroll?
And Chair, that is what I meant initially was not the lowest. I withdraw that. It was the average of it. If you remember. Yes, Chair, that's what I meant. I
Maybe
withdraw and make my correction.
Okay.
As to
Can you explain these fluctuations on the payroll? Because now we had the highest being 387 million and the lowest
I know,
being...
Chair, you are giving me a hard task to explain the fluctuation. This is a function of...
Yeah, I need to, you know now, this one, the question now will summarize everything concerning the issue that was being raised by Honorable Bett.
I am giving an attempt, but my answer is not accurate because this is a function under public service. But then during that time, for common knowledge, because I was within, contracts were lapsing for staff. They were under consideration, and they were lapsing at different months and periods. So that explains why we have fluctuation. And secondly, we have had issues of, in another month.
Okay, Waziri, I want to agree with you that the only 3 months that I can say contract elapse is the month of March 2023, April and May, because when you check the figures, they are low. Now, what about the month of, if you can explain these fluctuations, the month of January, Waziri, the month of January, and that was the highest, 387,692,418.33. And then on the same year, Waziri, on the same year, there was a drop of 22 million. On the same year, that is the month of February, there was a drop of 22 million. And then in the month of March, there was a rise of 6 million. So I think you've seen what I'm trying to read. And that is why now, as a concerned person who is in charge of the finances of the county, did you just effected this as presented, or you had to raise some concerns?
We did raise concern. Chair, for example, in January, the explanation that was accorded to us by the department is the issue of leave allowances. They are normally paid during that time. And then we also have some allowances for the medical staff. And as I said, Chair, I am attempting, you know, I'm not an expert. The department that is as an expert in this is the personnel emoluments. We will seek clarification from them and they will justify through explanations.
Did you say Department of Personnel Emoluments?
Public Service.
And who is the expert there, to the best of your knowledge? Now that you are a member of the SEC, who is the expert?
Every department has technical staff.
Yeah, I'm asking if you know. Who is the expert?
I wouldn't confirm. I can speak for my department.
Okay, maybe Waziri, from now, the current state of affairs, how much money are we saving?
There's a question in line with that, Chair, that was asked. Where were we and where are we now? A member asked.
Yeah,
before the exercise.
What was the percentage of the wage bill before some of the staff were affected?
It was extremely high. You've seen the CFSP and the documents we submitted. It was around 57%.
Okay, and as per now, when they have been affected?
With what we are paying now, we are at around 42%.
42%?
Yes.
Okay, and we now need more employment again. Are we not going back to where we were?
Yeah, because our dispensaries are now like, we don't have staff working there. Our laboratories are short of those staff. As in finance, for example, we are short of the accountants. Mm-hmm. And I talked about this when I mentioned about the staff establishment and the need for service delivery.
So, and another thing is that you had mentioned that we still need more staff, even up to 8, and even though you withdrew that one. But yeah, CEO lands and CEO roads, they told this committee that from the number there were that the staff that they had at first, and even the CEO roads told us here categorically that he can work very well with 44 staff from 130 something. Even for the roads, for the lands and even for the roads, says that he can work well with 89 from 144. So why is it that you are saying we still need even more, up to 80,000, while the CEOs from this other department are saying that they can reduce the number, even by half, and they can work efficiently?
Chair, I said it's about the staff establishment. Even the county assembly, if you look at it, it could be operating with around 70 staff, but the staff establishments could be around 120. The maximum that what is afforded in the organogram, in the structure for maximum service delivery. You know, you cannot staff every portfolio, but if you are to do that, that will be the level you will be at. But what the departments are operating at is on the bare minimum to make service run. Department of Sports, for example, now, don't have operators. They are grounded. We don't have even, I think we have 1 or 2 who have just helped to mobilize the machines to ensure that they are parked safely. But we need works to be done in the roads. We need that work to proceed. So I talked from the point of, policy point of view, that as per staff establishment, it is at 8,000. But we were at 5,000. We are now at around 3,000. And we feel the pinch. We have stopped certain critical services. So we just have to proceed and find a solution.
Waziri, the first quarter is almost elapsing. So my question is that, what about the equalization fund for the wards? Have you planned anything for it?
The equitable development program, yes, we have requested members of the House to submit to us programs totaling to about 15% of that budget. For procurement, we have asked the departments to do the bill of quantities for the same. We are floating those programs, tenders. We are actually inviting contractors bidding. We will be initiating the procurement process for those works that these members of the County Assembly on behalf of the public submitted to us.
So Waziri, can you just, you know you are now speaking to the public. Can you assure them that the funds allocated to those wards, the projects will be done within this financial year?
Chair, budget implementation will have its challenges, but we are committed to ensuring that they are delivered. You understand that now Parliament went on recess for about 10 days. They are yet to come back and approve the County Allocation of Revenue Act and the Division of Revenue Act, following which then we will proceed to submit to this House a supplementary budget due to the reduced resources. When that happens, then the expediency of approving that budget will aid us to proceed forward and implement the rest. We were actually operating on the directive from the presidency that allowed accounting officers to procure up to 15% weighting the supplementary budget passage. So to that extent, we are gagged, but we want to ask this County Assembly and the members of the public that we are committed nonetheless to ensure that all is done as planned. Should there be any changes, we will proceed to the County Assembly and we will proceed to the people, and people will have their say and their input. Thank you.
Okay.
Maybe Chair.
Chair,
Honorable
let me ask you, pertaining to what Honorable Sarah. So, Waziri, do you mean that without supplementary, nothing will kick off towards what development fund? Are we waiting for the supplementary?
The directive we got, Chair, was we can only procure the budget up to 15% until we do a supplementary. So those ones which will be tendered, they will proceed being worked on. So nothing will stop.
So Chair, when do you project to to work on the 15%. Because it has taken 1 month since the submission of the 15% consumption. From your own understanding and projection, when do you expect to advertise those to the 15%?
Chair, a number of staff have departments have concluded the BQs. I think the Department of Education, Water, and I project that in the next 1 week, all the departments should be done. Then we should be able to proceed and tender the works. So in the next 3 weeks, we should be able to invite bidders and contractors to apply for the jobs, for those works.
Chair, a quick one, Chair. Yeah. Through Chair Waziri and Jif, do you have any hired vehicles, machine in your department? Do you use county vehicles or you are using hired ones? If so, what is the rate per month? Because we saw it from the Department of Roads. The chief, was it chief or CC who said we don't have any hired vehicle? CC. But looking on the payment, there was one Prado, Toyota Prado, 211. KC what? KC? Okay, kindly shed the light about if you have one.
Yeah, for our department, we have one.
Used by?
Cutting across all functions within the department.
Okay. Rate of payment per month?
That I will have to refer to the documentation.
Okay. Thank you.
Through the chair, now that we are talking about vehicles, are they insured, the county vehicles? And I'm referring to, I think we've been following. There was an ambulance we showed here, we projected, and it could not be confirmed. Since you are the custodian, was that ambulance insured?
Yes, all government vehicles are insured.
I'm referring to the one that was shown here. Maybe if they can, if ICT can show us. So how much do you pay for insurance, and you pay for how many vehicles? And particularly so, if you can give us the figures for those 2 financial years under consideration.
Yes, vehicles are insured. They are put together like from a department. For example, ambulances, they could be lumped together, valued together.
So like this one here, do you know this vehicle?
I know the vehicle.
As a custodian, maybe you can tell us where is it?
This one is in Chinese garage, I think so, in Eldoret. I think so. I cannot see the background very well, but I suspect. I think, yeah.
So if it is in Chinese garage, was it insured?
It was insured. All the vehicles are insured. I say that.
What type of insurance?
Comprehensive insurance.
Why is it sitting there?
It is sitting there for purposes of repair. You have seen the state in which it is, but it needs to be put in.
So this has been taken here by the insurance or by the county government?
By the insurance.
Are you sure? Are you sure that that's the case?
I mean, if you tow it as a user, you still have to inform.
No, it would be good. It would be good if it is by the insurance. We have no problem. I would like to know then why don't you supply us with the evidence? Is it your testimony that this one is taken here by the insurance?
Yeah, it is, Chair. And I've been there, and unless
that's-
then I
that-
will
that-
correct that otherwise by...
I'm happy with that. I just would like to have the evidence.
Okay, Chair.
And now, how much did you use for 22, 23, and 24, 23, 24 for insurance?
Chair, we can provide that figure.
It's not anywhere in your, okay. So
No.
you please then provide us including this one. Now, what about the rest of the other vehicles that are lying in garages? Are they also insured? Like there are a few more, I think there would be a few more of these ICT, you can feature them. Are they also insured? Like that one, was it insured? I think that's the same one. Or this different? This one, is it insured?
Yes, Chair, it is.
May I also ask you, is the motor grader in Komatsu insured?
We can confirm that later. But Chair, there's an ambulance there you projected. I think it is out of that garage now. When you pick the video, it must have been a while ago.
So you'll share with us that there was a question on the number of staff. You had passed it to Chief. Maybe while she answers, she can also give us the amount in terms of emoluments.
Maybe on that, on the issue of, we have also the county machinery, the graders and the excavators and the backhoe loaders. Are they also insured?
And also, as they consult chair, there is a message I received from a member of public. It can be posted also so that he can have a look at it as the custodian of our county assets.
Waziri, do you have a fixed asset register?
Yes, I do. I responded in the morning and even explained what it contains.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I was asking about the other county machinery. Are they insured, Waziri?
Yes, Chair, they're insured.
All of them?
The functional ones, unless it is one that is...
You know, Waziri, to make it things very easy for you, if you are not sure, don't commit yourselves on things that you are not sure.
The functional ones are insured.
What do we mean when we say it is insured, by the way? Do we have the insurance stickers on their windscreens? Are you sure of that?
No, for the stickers then, I have to verify. I have now to go and check. But now for the payments for the insurance, I can confirm that, Chair. As to whether
they
this
can
player
be
has been...
insured without sticking the insurance.
Yeah, because with the
insurance
sticker, it is a matter of the operator, the driver, the immediate supervisor. And those are issues I may not commit myself to unless I find out.
Voted for insurance is under your docket, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And so if you are to procure, you would have to undertake some assessments and so on, and they would have to be, these stickers have to be there. So, you are giving us a very interesting picture, but anyway.
Okay, let me direct this so that Waziri will know the magnitude of these things. You will give us the valuation reports on the insurances.
Yes.
Chair. Noted, Chair.
So maybe the question there is, are you aware, Waziri, about that Land Rover, the Ford Everest engine, 7 county motorcycles at Carlyle Garage? I think that is my point. Are you aware of their state? Are there guarantees whenever you take your vehicles or the county vehicles to various garages? Are there guarantees for their safety?
If you look at the message that honorable member has been sent, and it's totally unfair that that message has not been sent to us. Maybe the member will share. It talks about 3 days ago. The responsibility of ensuring safety of the vehicles that are in garage lies with the person who manages that garage.
Really?
So,
Really?
if you pull your vehicle to a garage and you leave it there to be repaired, Chair, if you find it is vandalized, whom do you ask?
But it is always written, parked at owner's risk.
In a garage?
Yes.
If you procure a service and I deliver a vehicle to you to fix it, I'm parking at my own risk? Yes. How?
Maybe.
Okay. Chair, so that witness can learn from that. Maybe, do you have what you sign against that garage?
That is what I wanted to ask. Is there any framework? Is there any framework? Which active framework?
And maybe the man in charge of supply chain can also tell us whether he has any responsibility here.
Waziri, there is always an inventory, and it is normal practice. When you tow your vehicle to a garage, the mechanics there come and they fill all the information pertaining what is in the vehicle and the condition before you hand over the vehicle. Do we have such documents to that effect?
Yes, Chair, we have. Those are the inspection reports.
Not the inspection. I'm not asking of the inspection report by the government. I'm asking when you are handing over your vehicle in a garage, it is normal practice that you and the people in the garage should carry out and sign against the report that now maybe we have a spare wheel, we have maybe the vehicle is fitted with a digital radio, such kind of things.
That is a pre-inspection report, Chair. It is
now, do you have those files showing even the 3 that have been indicated there that they have been vandalized three days ago? If we go to your files, shall we find the information that was signed by the person who took the vehicles to that garage?
I want to believe we will be able to find them, Chair.
Now, we are not going to find. You will have to deliver the reports tomorrow. You will have to deliver all the reports of all vehicles in the various garages, up to and including the one in Komatsu, the grader in Komatsu.
So, Chair, I want to seek your indulgence that you accord us a little more time, because this one we have to work with the departments.
You have the report, Waziri. You know, I'm making the directive because you've accepted that you have the reports. So to me, it is a matter of you getting into that office and bringing the file here.
I said, Chair, I want to believe if you can if you can go back to the answer a little bit. I said I want to believe I will be able to find it.
Yeah, maybe final one from me.
Yes, Tarbi.
I wanted the team for finance there has been complaints about issues to do with insurances and the medical insurances and deductions from the staff. Maybe they can give us just a position whether they are up to date after they've been remitting, or which department is handling the same.
It is called statutory deductions.
Yeah.
Chair, I'm seeking clarification. We have the medical cover and we have the statutory deduction. Which one?
Okay, there have been allegation. Let me put it that way, so that I can put it in a more better way. That you have not been remitting the statutory deductions of employees to the various bodies. So I don't know. And also including the insurance covers for some of them, because they have been complaining that when they go to hospital, they are not allowed to use the cover because of non-payment. So maybe, Waziri, can you respond to that?
Chair, statutory deductions for staff are various forms. Last time we had an encounter with the doctors, I mean with the medical health workers. They brought up the matter. And that time we had, according to our knowledge, we had outstanding for 2 months, we had outstanding for August and for September. Of course, the reason being we had not received the funds to settle the same. A few of them mentioned other deductions dating back. And in our records we had remitted. We agreed with them that we will have them to reconcile between us and the various institutions. And we also asked that specifics be provided, including the institution and the affected personnel. So to the best of our to the best of our knowledge, Chair, what was outstanding then was August and September, and it's because we had not received the resources.
On matters statutory deductions, it's not about receiving resources. Once salaries has been paid, statutory deduction should be remitted as per the Employment Act, Section 21. It is not a different amount from what is being deducted from the salary. You know that, was it?
I know, Chair. And Chair, the best response will be we had not paid salaries for those months.
That could be the answer then. And as you respond to that, Waziri, there is this issue of hardship allowance that was withheld from May to date. It has not been paid on those areas that have been designated as hardship areas. Why have you not paid the hardship allowances for the legitimate employees?
No, until they are loaded on the pay slips for those staff, we are handicapped on that as finance.
Sorry?
Until they are loaded on their pay slip by the relevant department, we cannot pay until they are loaded. Once they load and they present the schedule.
I mean from May. It was withheld from May. That's not been paid from May.
So verification has been ongoing, and until the department is clear with it and loaded in the pay slip.
I mean for those who are verified employees to be legitimate.
So, Chair, it is a function within the...
Is it an ongoing process for
public
me?
service? I cannot comment. You see, it's not my function. Once it reaches our level and we need to pay it...
So you've not been furnished with any information so far?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I think at this juncture...
Okay, honorable members, we need to wind up.
Honorable Chair, may I ask the Waziri, clearly you have all the requisitions for payments. Either is it be on IPPD or outside payroll?
Is there a question?
Do you have them because they have to go through you?
Yes, we do have requisitions.
So, including the schedules? Is that the position?
Yes.
Okay, when the PAC were here, they were not supplied with 19 months of that. I think it's good for you to supply us, because you are the one who has them. So through the chair, I request that the CC supplies us with all the manual payrolls.
The chair,
And all the schedules that he has been able to process. Because there is no processing without going through this department. Is that a correct position? There is no money will leave the coffers of Nandi County without going through you.
Chair, let me get this correctly. Let me consult. Chair.
Very quickly.
The function, that particular function is not within us. We may not be of help to the department, to the committee.
Honorable Chairman, unless the witness is becoming hostile, you've just said that you have to receive a schedule. That every time before you effect payments, you receive schedules. That was your testimony. Or who authorizes the payments?
Yeah, this is a little bit tough because I keep on going back and back. Payments for...
You have schedules. We are not talking about payments. Just the schedules for the personnel, be it on IPPD or on manual payroll. Please provide for us for the time under consideration. I think the chair will rule on that. I wanted to ask a simple question. I wanted to ask another simple question because I realize that it's been a long day. There is something that has pricked my interest. I see that there was a supply and delivery, that is last year, supply and delivery of tires for Kenawasco vehicles and motorcycles. 2 million and something. And I have also seen that in the year 22-23, you paid Kenawasco, in terms of bills, 500,000. I just want to understand. First of all, this one, the idea that your department is applying this to Kenawasco.
Chair, it has a budget line approved by the County Assembly.
In your department? Is Kenawasco under you?
It is not in finance. I know that it's under lands and water.
But somehow you are supplying things to them.
No, but the responsibility, the budget line that is put there is for the subsidy. And when the department presents requests, it could come in form of payments for utilities, and we have no objection to that.
Now, maybe a final question. When we met the CCM Health, she confirmed to us that there is a title deed for a certain grave site. And since you are the custodian of all county property, we take it that you have this title for Corona. That is during Corona victims, the mass grave. Could you maybe enlighten us and probably share with us this document?
Chair, I talked to the CCM in the morning, particularly on that specific item. I think my call log even can indicate that. And I tried to find out from her what she meant when she appeared before the assembly. She told me if that matter comes up, I should clarify that there is no such facility.
CC, are you aware that was raised by Office of Auditor General, the same? That no physical location while money has been allocated? There was a red flag by OAG.
It has not been raised.
It is.
To the best of my knowledge, I have checked all the OAG reports.
And you have supplied us with the same information from the OAG report.
Where
it
is
is
the
in this house.
Unless it was a special audit that never came to our attention as finance, we haven't seen it, Chair.
Should not, this session should not end without me asking the procurement person, Chairman. We cannot find the answer to that, what you said. Mr. Supply Chain, has it ever occurred to you that most of the tenders in Nandi are somehow below 5 million? If you were to look at the case of Department of Sports, and really if it was not a long day, and that's why we wanted 2 days, you would find that so many tenders have been split so that they can fit below. As a head of supply chain, what are you doing about this? And considering also that there are certain favored companies. Maybe you can tell us on record how many tenders Miliki is doing, how many tenders Interbuild is doing, and others. How are we going to distribute the resources of the county so that they can be in a more equitable way to others? Start with the one of 5 million and below.
Honorable, through the chair, I would want to submit that if you look at the document that comes out of this house, in fact, the concern from me should be that we microsplit projects at the ward level through the appropriated budget in this house. It is not done at the departmental level. I want to submit that because I want you to refer to water projects in all the wards in the 3 financial years before, and you will look that that evidence is that it is a document emanating from this house.
Honorable Chair,
it is a fact.
The witness is misleading. Just hold on, witness, a little bit.
Because it's a fact. I want to present.
Hold on, witness. Who brings the document?
The budget.
Like the document I'm holding here. Who is the author of this? This is the budget for 22-23. Who is the author?
I want to believe this.
Just hold on. Who is the author of this?
The budget is a.
Who is the author?
The budget is a product that comes for approval to this house, Honorable. Yeah.
It comes for approval, but you are the experts.
But you
are an expert.
I only execute.
Maybe I'm not very certain. You said you have a background around.
No, Chair. I mean, fairly, I want, and I think it is on record. If we have 30 wards, and you have water projects that you distribute across, and all of them come to like 3 million, how is it really a problem at the supply chain function? It is not. So that is why I want to say there is no splitting. It is a guidance of the budget that comes out of this house. Then we execute.
Maybe you can tell us about the Kipchoge. Did that one come from a ward?
No. That's a flagship project.
Yes, there are many works that are done there.
Yes, and that is the merits of each are.
You can tell us about Kaimosi. Did those ones come from the ward?
I'm saying those are.
Allow the head of supply to respond, please.
Okay, so I want to submit that it is not true that we split. We go as per the procurement plan as based on the approved budget. So even on the flagship, if there are components that have been submitted by the department.
I think that one is well explained there.
Yes.
Can you go to the next item?
Remind me again.
And specifically, the honorable member has mentioned Miliki. And when we were going round, we also came across that most of these flagship projects are done by the same company. So maybe you as the head of supply chain.
Okay, just before I answer that, I want to put it on record that Our awards for contracts are as diverse as the documents presented here, and you will notice that there is no favored, there is no favored contractor. There are a few contractors who have had capacity to bid for the big jobs, and there is nothing we can do to prohibit them. They are not debarred at the authority, and they are the most competitive, and they have the requisite documentation. So as a function, there is no way we will stop such a bidder. And there are not many I want to submit. We only have in the Department of Health and Agriculture. And that is where we have mentioned Miliki. And there are not more than 4 contracts. So it would be unfair to mention a specific contractor in a manner that they are as if they are favored. Yet the list of contracts we have submitted to you here, Chair, more than about 200 pages, show more than several companies.
Tirope, what actually brought the attention of this honorable house is, these are flagship projects that we are talking about. We are talking of Cheptirwai Hospital Complex. We are talking of NCC. We are talking of fresh produce market here. So I think that actually is what actually brought some concerns that why one company for all the flagship projects. I think that is the reason. Not that there were other intentions, but even you, let us turn the coin that you are not the head of procurement today. And you go around and find one company doing all these big contracts. You will question, why? Why one contract? Why one company? And in your earlier submission, you also mentioned that the 3 phases of NCC were won by the same company. So those are some of the facts that actually it creates a lot of concerns that why this one company.
Okay, Honorable Chair. I think I think I have presented that it was an open and competitive process, and the contractor or the bidder that won was the one who had the capacity. So I think I would not be able to praise any further suspicion other than the fact that they have capacity. And it would have worried me from my position should that contractor would have behaved like other contractors, then he would not have won subsequent contracts. For instance, failing to take up site or causing a lot of delays. In fact, to be very honest, I think some of those contractors have had to wait for the resources so that they can move with the pace. Otherwise, they were ahead of the county treasury in terms of honoring their certificates. So it would have worried more if they were not performing. But otherwise, there are not many as it is pictured here. There are only the major contracts that they merit based on their capacity. And I think they are all on record. As you have laid, there are 3 main contracts where one contractor was the one who was successful in them. But there are many others where there are different contractors.
Chair, one question. Let me ask Bonatirop. Assuming that we as a government gets a dream that we want to now build a tea factory in order to process our tea in Kaimosi and maybe other places, and also help farmers like we've done for these mega projects. Is it not going to worry you if Miliki again wins the tender? Is it even a question of the moral aspect to it, Tirop? Doesn't it bother you really that even if it were, even us as leaders, we are MCS, and then every other time it is this one, every other time it is this one. We can almost predict who is going to build a tea factory for Nandi, if ever we will dream about it.
Okay, okay, honorable members, I think I will not allow many any more questions, I want to direct that Tirop, you finish your submission and you give your closing remarks as we come this way.
Thank you, Chair. I want to respond to Honorable Member that it would not worry me because according to the procurement law, Honorable Member, there is no, in fact, we would be taken to court if the contractor is competitive and we don't award them. And we don't have a case against debarment, either by the fact that they are slow in executing the contractor, the county, or they have other issues raised by other procuring entities. We have no recourse in law to debar or to refuse awarding a contract if someone is competitive. So it would not worry me. It would worry me if only there are material aspects relating to the award to a particular contractor in a manner that now maybe was not fair. So, and it is important to note, we have the MCH, we have the complex, we have the coffee plant, and we have all the other donor-funded programs being done by more than 8 other contractors outside. I don't know why it has been very particular to one contractor, yet we have many other bigger contracts being done by other contractors. So,
so
I hope we are not
we are not malicious. I want to clear there first. This committee is not malicious in any way. But you know now, during our field visits, that is the time that we came across that this one contractor is working on some flagship projects. And when you compare, like now the one doing Jeboynet is different from the one doing the coffee, the aggregation center in Lesos. And the one doing the sports complex is also a different contractor. So that actually, when we came across, when the honorable members, when they were making field visits, and they came across the same personnel of the same contractor in different sites. I personally, I came across the same personnel on 2 different projects. And that is why it raised a lot of concerns that why this one contractor doing these big projects. So that was the only reason, but it was, I want to clear that we are not malicious in any way.
Thank you, Chair, for making that on record, because they have all come through a very competitive process, and it is good to give merit where it is, and they have executed their contracts in a manner that has been satisfactory to the user departments. No attention, no letters of either wanting to terminate contracts or breach of contract has been brought to our attention. So that's why I raised that. So I think you asked me to say my final comments. Thank you for the opportunity to be before this committee. It has been a good experience. I want to thank honorable members for according us the opportunity to present the documents that we have. I want to submit that I think in my years of experience in the county, I have not experienced any other time where the county treasury is very open like we are. I want to submit that we are living in a different time compared to many years back, and that is even confirmed by the fact that His Excellency signed into open contracting, open government partnership, where open contracting is also another part of it. So we are open to provide as much information relating to aspects of the county treasury and within the various functions, and I think we will make progress going forward out of the outcome of this report. Thank you, Chair.
Madam Chief.
Thank you, Chair. Mine, as well, is to appreciate the opportunity we've been granted to appear before this ad hoc committee. It's been another learning experience, and I realize that we have a greater responsibility, apart from our normal duties, again, to still share a lot with the members of County Assembly being among the key stakeholders in driving development agenda in this county. as we clarify on issues that may have not been so clear to the members of County Assembly, we also have this opportunity to make it public of the many other good things and many other development programs that this county government has invested in, approved by this County Assembly. And as it is to the best and for the service delivery of this, for the people of Nandi. Any other opportunity that will be required to appear before the committee or any other session will always be glad to appear and give all that is expected of us. Thank you and God bless.
Okay, before I allow Waziri to give his closing remarks, we have some issues that I would like you to provide. One is that going by the discussion, you have agreed that all the vehicles are covered, up and including all the county machinery. So I will request Waziri that you furnish us with all the insurance cover if you insured them as a package or on an individual basis. So you will provide us, and on that you will also provide us with evaluation reports that were done by the insurance companies, so that we also use the same information to make a determination. And then we have another issue, Waziri. In the morning you said that you are going to provide us with some bank statements, and I want you also to confirm the same, and the number of bank statements that we shall be provided tomorrow. Now you've provided the one for Narik. The other one is? The other bank statement is?
NYC, yes.
Yes?
Nandi County Youth Service.
The one I provided
how
is
many are there? One for revenue, one for Narik.
That's NAF CDP.
No?
We provided for Narik, NAF CDP, and the CRF.
So which one do we expect tomorrow? We have this issue of NCYs that is becoming a very NCYs. We had requested for the M-Pesa statement for this issue because, you know, when allegations are there, we must devise ways of proving whether the allegations are correct or they are not correct.
Yes, with the statements
so
from Equity.
we need we had requested the director to provide the bank statement plus the M-Pesa statement, because he said that you usually make some schedules for payment and you advance the same to the bank. So if we can get that, Waziri,
Chair, maybe I can
it
comment
will
on
be
that.
of great help to this committee.
For the bank, for the M-Pesa statement, you know, if you are paying, for example, 100 people and they are wired to the M-Pesa statement, it's not possible to get their M-Pesa statement. It's not practical.
No, from the point of pay, from
Then
the
that
bank.
will not be an M-Pesa statement.
That one will be a bank statement.
Yes.
On NCYS. Which other bank statement were you to provide for us tomorrow? Because you are on record that some statements were
Chair, there are those ones you requested, and I was able to get the ones I came with. I will follow up the rest and submit.
You know, you said you will submit tomorrow. I don't want you to change the statement. It is on record that you said you will submit tomorrow.
Chair, let me make it clear, because it has to be practical also. I don't have to commit.
You
to what may
know,
not happen
Ziri,
tomorrow.
you said in your opening remarks, you said you are going to provide us with more bank statements tomorrow morning.
Yes, I will.
So
Now,
which ones are we expecting so that
the ones I receive early enough during my follow-up, I will submit.
how many had you requested?
From the banks?
Yes.
No, I requested for the ones I brought this morning, so I will have to request for the rest.
So if we can get them, I think it will be good for the committee so that some allegations can be dealt with.
Noted, Chair.
Yes, because we have some allegations concerning, especially this issue of NCYS. We have some grave allegations which will only be ascertained by us getting that bank statement. I think, honorable members, let us not introduce things that we are not requested, because we are also against the time. We are not requested for the bursary. And then, Waziri, we have you said that we have the reports on these vehicles that are stored in the various garages. And now that you are the one who said, we are also requesting that you provide us And finally, let us have the approved payment schedules for people outside payroll. The approved payment schedules for people outside payroll. You said you will not get the manual payroll, but you approve the payment schedules. Is it correct, Osiri?
The schedule is approved at the Department of Public Service level. Just like any other payment that comes from.
No, the final approval, I thought it is the Department of Finance.
No, it is not.
So who handles the manual payroll?
Public Service Administration.
Not you.
No, we don't, Chair. We don't. It's not within our function. You see, it comes when it is processed.
Okay.
For us to pay.
Okay, give your final remarks, Waziri.
Thank you, Chair. On the items you have mentioned, on the reports, I will liaise with the departments, the reports of the motor vehicles, because they are actually the custodians of the same. We appreciate the time you have accorded us, Chair, and particularly we want to appreciate the committee for considering our request to have this meeting done today. We were aware we were supposed to be here yesterday and today, but due to the commitments we had, we made a request and you honored. We so much appreciate. We thank you for the role that you are playing as an oversight team, collectively with as an assembly. And we want to ask that we will also extend the same as we implement the projects. We will take note, Chair, that Nandi could be the only or among the counties that have championed the issue of flagship projects. In North Rift region, for example, I think it is the only county that has done the flagship projects that are exemplary. Our Eliud Kipchoge Sports Complex, for example, was being utilized by the Paralympics that participated in the international championship. It is the only facility, even the national level, we do not have a facility like we have here. And we appreciate also the fact that this county assembly passed a bill. Now it is a law, the NATEX law. That chair will enable us to fast track the operation of that facility. Again, when you visited, I'm sure you must have seen that we have made tremendous improvement on that facility at Mosoriot, the Nandi textile facility. Our MCH is also on course, Chair, and we want to appreciate the allocations which have been done by this county assembly. We are looking forward to implement the equitable development program, in particular as we award the contractors and as they take up site. We will be updating the members of the county assembly as well as the committees. You are aware we have committees who are waiting at the wards and they're asking when are the contractors going to report. We will be bringing them on board so that they can receive the contractors on site and they, together with the members of the county assembly, patroning the same. Chair, we will be bringing the supplementary budget I mentioned. It is very critical then that when it comes, collectively as a house, you look at it, you help fast track the same to enable us move forward in implementing the programs that are set for this financial year. This financial year will be a very unique one because you see now we have lost about 3 months in the sense that we are waiting for that those two acts, the Division of Revenue Act and the County Allocation of Revenue Act. We have initiated with the Department of Education a program to fix the projects which required a few things to make them operational. A number of ECDs spread across the wards. Some of the contractors would have reported to site, but we have been advised by the teachers in those institutions to allow students to clear off and close the school so that we can proceed and fix those ECD classrooms. So, Chair, we are committed as a department to continue coordinating the function of the county government and to support the departments. We look forward to your cooperation and thank you.
Okay, thank you, Waziri and your team. I will also like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude for the time that we have been together, for the much interrogations that we've done. Some questions have been answered. Some will be answered through the reports. So we really appreciate. It has been a long journey since morning to this hour of the night. But the most important thing is this is done in order to improve the service delivery to the people of Nandi. And the session has been much interactive. And I also know that we've learned some things that maybe we never knew about it. So otherwise, we are very much grateful. My only request is that provide us with the documents that we've requested so that when this committee will retreat to make a report, we shall have some good grounds to make a report that will be objective to all of us. Thank you very much, and may you have a good night. Thank you. Maybe now I'll request the sergeant to usher the team out so that we close the session. Okay, thank you, honorable members. Maybe now I would like to bring the session to an end, and let us have a proposer and a seconder so that we adjourn the session officially.
I, Bridget Songok, do propose. I do
Josephat.
second for adjournment. Honorables.
Thank you, honorable members. The session stands adjourned until tomorrow. Thank you very much.